Hello, and welcome to this, our 274th live stream. You get a Pharaoh, and you get a Pharaoh, and you get a Pharaoh, and we all get Pharaohs. This is, of course, a reference to our Monday video, which was on Josephus and Manetho, and the multiple identifications of Pharaohs in that one work. Good times. Good times. Of course, the long and the short of it was the only two pharaohs that were not named as pharaohs of the Exodus were Amenhotep II and Tutmosis III, which is really ironic. But so we want to welcome you to today's live stream. We want to again pitch our recent release, Lord of Steel and Sky. If you haven't read that book, please do so and leave a review on Amazon. We also did our Q&A live stream for the book on Wednesday. So if you want to watch that, you can go back and watch that at a later time. But today we are taking your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. Okay, so CPM versus DOS. Odd, I swear I was just here. Has it really been a week? No, it's probably been only 3 days. 2 days. 2 days. Wednesday. yeah. I hate these double live stream weeks. They just sort of mess up with my time. We don't do them very often. We only do them very rarely. I mean, we've only done, what, 3? Yeah, we've only done 3 of those midweek live streams because we do them after the 1 month release, 1 month after the release of every novel. So we do sometimes do Monday live streams. Well, we do Monday events like premieres, but we've never done a live stream Monday. But yeah, double live stream weeks are very unusual for us. All right. CPM versus DOS. I swear, it's been a whole year that's flown by. I know. It's like mid-August. Where did it go? Crazy how it's flown by. Okay, so let's get to the rules, and then we can get to the questions. All right, the rules are, same as always. Super chats have priority. We'll always at least acknowledge a super chat. We may not answer it, but we'll always acknowledge it. We do take non-super chat questions as long as they begin with a Q and a colon. That doesn't guarantee we will take your question. We have all sorts of reasons why we do not take questions. 1, it might not be in my wheelhouse. 2, I might just not feel like taking it. 3, it requires additional research. 4, it's not relevant. You're always free to repost it the following week if we don't take it. And who knows, maybe we will, maybe we won't. Okay, only post your non-super chats once. If you post it more than once, we'll disqualify it for the night. If it's something from the Bible, we need context. So we need what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. That helps us narrow down the questions. We do allow people to sponsor questions with a super chat, but we ask that you cut and paste the question you're sponsoring in your super chat so we don't have to hunt for it. And then finally, 1 question per chat. Question stacking is not fair to anybody, and we'll just take 1 question if you do that. All right, so those are the rules, and let's get into the questions. Bomb Papa, I'm fixing to file a police report. Someone stole my year. It does feel that way. 2026 is just raced by. All right. First question of the night. It's from Golden Win. If only God is perfectly good and wise, does that mean all creatures, whether lower gods, angels, or humans, will necessarily become corrupt because they aren't perfect like God? No, it doesn't. That's It's not a necessity thing. Um, they cannot be as God, being all good and all wise and all powerful. But that doesn't necessarily mean that lower beings will become corrupt either. Many of the angels did not fall into corruption, did not fall into sin. For those sorts of beings, sin is a choice. It's not part of their nature inherently. So, for them to become corrupted, they have to choose to become corrupted. So it's not a matter of being perfect. You can be imperfect and still not corrupted. But imperfection is not the same as being, say, without sin. It's not the same thing. It's two different. Perfection and sin nature and sinlessness and sinfulness are two different distinct categories. So what you've done here is sort of made a little bit of a category error. So you've conflated one category with another. So it's not a necessary consequence of being imperfect that one sins. But sin will make you imperfect. Okay?
And the more you sin, the more imperfect.
Yeah, and the more you sin, the more imperfect you become. So perfection and sin are not in the same category, but one does affect the other. More or less, the amount of sin will affect what your perfection is. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Next question here from Justin the Rhino. IP thinks getting drunk is a sin, as opposed to a lifestyle of a drunkard who drinks beyond their limit on purpose. Are they the same? No, they're not. I'm not really even sure that IP thinks it's a sin. If he does, he's using very sloppy language here. We do have to understand that the Bible does not make getting drunk a sin. And that comes as a shock to a lot of people. In fact, getting drunk is actually ritualized within the Jewish religion and culture. Boaz got drunk after the harvest. Okay, hate to break that to all those Sunday school kids who are being taught about the noble Boaz and the innocent young Ruth. No, he was hammered. The text says his heart was warm. He had drunk and his heart was warm.
But there's also a problem with Boaz drunkenness, because he wakes up with somebody he didn't know in his bed. So
he wakes up with somebody in his bed. Yeah.
Not advisable to do.
Hi, Anavati.
A little tipsy is one thing, but drinking heavily, yeah, bad idea.
Tyru says, "Hammer time, Boaz." Well, I mean the wedding at Cana. Okay, the wedding at Cana. The wine steward, after Christ makes the wine, he goes, what kind of, he makes a joke of it. The wine steward makes a joke of this. And he says, well, what kind of wine steward serves the best wine after everyone's got hammered? Everyone's gotten, he says, you serve the bad wine last when people can no longer taste it. There was this cultural expectation that you go to a wedding, you're going to get sloshed. Every Passover, people had consumed enough to be intoxicated. There's at least 3 glasses of wine that every person is going to imbibe. So they're imbibing three drinks. That puts you past the legal driving limit in most states.
It's not what we do today, which is we kind of like take a sip.
No, it's not like that they take a sip. They drank the whole glass. The whole cup. Yeah. Passover was ritualized intoxication. Ryan Conco Camp asks, is there any difference getting drunk on different types of alcohol? Not materially, no.
One will just get you drunk.
Yeah, one will just get you drunk faster, but there's no material difference between the different types of intoxication. Uh, Bobby B says, do you think Jesus ever got drunk? If he did the Passover, yeah, and he did the wedding at Cana. Okay, you know, he would have had to. I mean, Mama says, do you think Jesus was like Captain America and he couldn't get drunk even if he tried? No, I don't. The book of Hebrews says that Christ was like his brothers in every way. Okay? And that means that he was human, fully human, which means if he drinks, he's going to get drunk. Okay? He's going to be intoxicated.
He's going to be affected. I don't really see him going out and getting sloppy.
No. But the fact is that Jewish society did ritualize this. It was part of it. You were not a good wedding guest if you weren't having a good time and drinking.
Yeah, so somebody who doesn't like wine.
Yeah.
I know how to sip a drink and make
Yeah.
it laugh.
And the Passover, you were expected to finish each cup.
Well,
I mean, today they don't expect you to do that, but back then, they filled your cup for each cup of the Passover, and you were expected to empty it before the next one.
Yeah, and being a good host meant you provided one.
Yeah.
For that to happen.
Yeah, you had to have that at the Passover for it to be a valid Passover. So, Tyro asks or says, "I'm sure that's an insult to turn down wine at those events, especially at a wedding."
Yeah.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, this was a big problem for Nazarenes. Okay, Nazarenes, those who took a holy vow to not drink or touch the fruit of the vine, they weren't permitted to go to weddings. They couldn't go to weddings. They were expressly prohibited from attending weddings because weddings had that restriction that you are to, you go to a wedding, you expect to drink. That's part of say the ritualization of the event.
Did you see Francis Dobbs follow up? Could one draw a distinction between ritual and intoxication? Everyday practice, though?
Francis Dobbs, could one draw a distinction between ritual intoxication practices and everyday practice? I disagree with this argument, to be clear. Well, the Bible does make a distinction between, say, ritual intoxication and ongoing, or what we call continuous action intoxication. This is the difference between being drunk and being a drunkard. Okay? Being a drunkard is somebody who is in a continuous state of intoxication. Okay? So the Bible makes really clear categories between somebody who is, who's participating for ritual intoxication, or for a celebration, or even just because they've finished their harvest and want to get drunk in their grain yard or in their grain bin. Okay? And somebody who is dysfunctionally drunk. A drunkard, is dysfunctionally drunk. They can't hold a job. They can't hold relationships. They can't do work. There's an issue there that goes just beyond the drunkenness itself. It's affecting their other sections of their life. So
Ryan asks, as a lifetime Nazarene, was Samson cleared from having to participate fully in the Passover?
Well, let me take another question first. There's another question first here from Bobby B. Do we know if any Israelites ever recommended not getting hammered during this? Was there a threshold? Yeah, there was a clan of Israelites that had taken a vow not to drink anything. You know, there was one particular clan, and that they had done this for we don't know the reason why, but they did it, and they passed it down to their succeeding generations. So those people did not participate in weddings. That clan did not participate in say normal Jewish weddings. They also didn't participate in Passover. Not in that way, anyway. Mama says, reminds me, was burping after a meal a way to show people you enjoyed the meal? Remembering Ben-Hur, that was a weird kind of myth. Um, it was something that had been taken out of a particular misunderstanding of Arabic custom. That was really never a thing. But it was a misunderstanding of Arabic custom. Okay, Ryan Cohenkamp. As a lifetime Nazarene, was Samson cleared from having to participate fully in the Passover? Yes, absolutely. The problem with Samson is he went to a wedding. Samson broke that when he went to the Philistine wedding. He went to a Philistine wedding, and that's when he got hammered. So, yeah, Nazarenes were cleared from participating in Passover. They did not participate in Passover. They were one of the only Israelites that were permitted they were an exception. They were to participating in Passover. Ryan Cohenkamp. Well, it was his own wedding. It may be, but yeah, he was basically hammering. Yeah, he was getting drunk. I mean, he broke every provision of the Nazarene vow, but that is where he broke that provision. So, all right, let's move on to the next question here. So, the summary here is, I don't know. I don't think that IP thinks that getting drunk is a sin per se. He might, but if he does, it's sloppy language. Um, it's really the lifestyle of a drunkard that's really being opposed with Scripture, not getting intoxicated itself. It really does not. The Bible does not condemn intoxication as a sin. It's just not in the Bible. In fact, we have many counterexamples of it. So, Ryan Cohenkamp, you are the worst Nazarene I've heard of, but you have heard of me.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
CPM versus DOS. I personally avoid ever getting drunk. Good for you. Yeah, good for you. Uh, Alcohol causes lots of societal problems. No question about it. If you avoid it personally, God bless you. More power to you. All right, next question here is from King Bubby. What would you say are the major issues with the Levite hypothesis, besides its dependence on the documentary hypothesis, that are better explained by a traditional Exodus? A few things. First of all, the idea of the Levite hypothesis is that a very small group, about 5,000 people, left Egypt. They moved into Canaan, and they convinced all the other tribes already living in Canaan to give up pork, follow the ritual laws, and they became Israel inside of Canaan. Okay? Now, it is the hypothesis is heavily dependent upon the documentary hypothesis. Very, very dependent. In fact, if you listen to lectures on the Levite hypothesis, almost all of them, like 80% of the lecture is going to be on the documentary hypothesis, and then the last 20% is they're going to talk something about the Levite hypothesis. I've never been to a lecture on the Levite hypothesis that wasn't structured in that way. So now I think there's a lot of problems with that. First of all, the Bible itself would contradict that. Basically, the Bible itself talks about the tribes that exited Egypt and the tribes that entered Egypt. So, by abiding by the Levite hypothesis, you're already in contradiction of the Bible. Second of all is that a lot of the Levite hypothesis depends upon the idea that only Levites get Egyptian names. And that's also not true. Like, for example, an example is Hur, the father of Bezalel, or grandfather of Bezalel. Hur was a Judahite. Hur is the Egyptian name Horus. It's definitely an Egyptian name, but he himself was a Judahite, not a Levite. So, Ryan Cohenkamp, how dare you use the Bible as a historical document? Well, I mean, you don't even have to use it as a historical document to say that the Levite hypothesis contradicts the Bible. You don't have to. It does. Just. I don't see. I mean, once you get rid of the documentary hypothesis, there's really no reason for the Levite hypothesis. It sort of all just falls apart. So, um, I think there are aspects of the Exodus account that are better explained by other hypotheses other than the Levite. The Levite hypothesis being small, 5,000 people. Well, yeah, I could see where they could sort of get that idea, but the abandonment of Avaris was actually a lot larger. Probably about 40,000 is probably the spitball estimate here. So it's not millions of people, but it's also not, say, single digit thousands either. It's not 4 digits. You're always talking about a figure in the 5 digits. So, and it does seem that wandering in the Sinai was more than one tribe. So, you'd have to throw out an awful lot of stuff from the sojourn, the wandering in the Sinai, to make this work. You would have to throw out the camp, the camp of the non-Levites. You would have to throw out a lot of those narratives in the sojourning account for this to work. So, Common Record says Hoffmeyer did name the number of Israelites in the Bible whose names have definite or possible Egyptian origins, and there were a few non-Levites among them, including within the Torah. Yeah, there were. So, I just don't see the Levite hypothesis as being all that tenable. So, I mean, I will agree with them that there was a historical Exodus, but it's more than they describe. Here's the thing: the Levite hypothesis is trying to have their cake and eat it too. That is, That's just something that is um, uh, just something that the magnitude they want their cake and they want to eat it too. They want to have both scholarly credibility by accepting the documentary hypothesis, and they still want to retain sort of a semi-traditional Exodus as well. And I don't think that works well. I just don't think it works very well. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. All right, King Bubby. Did ancient Egyptians or neighboring ancient Near Eastern nations practice punitive amputations that didn't seek to kill but permanently cripple the condemned, like in Islamic regimes? No. That sort of brutality is particular to Islamic regimes. Now, they did have punitive amputations for cosmetic reasons. Okay? One of the potential punishments for adultery was cutting off the nose or ears. Okay? That's a cosmetic amputation. And it's horrifying. It's an absolutely horrifying amputation because it disfigures the person. But they didn't take off hands or feet or anything like that. They didn't do amputations that crippled. They did amputations that disfigured. And that's very, very, very different. So, so anyway, I hope that helped explain it. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Hey Sentinel, how's it going? He says, blessings everyone, David and Kira, you're still my Christian family to me, and we could still consider you our friend. So, and that won't change. Just want to let you know both I'm still frustrated with IP and the rest for now. I don't think this is an issue worth getting into, honestly. I'll just let you and IP work that out. But we're praying for you and IP, and we hope you find a way to resolve this amicably. Okay?
Really good to have you here.
But we really like having you here tonight, and we appreciate your friendship. All right, next question here is from Darkblade. I think Kitchen is reaching on page 344 when he mentions the Code of Hammurabi laws 116, 214, and 252. Since those laws weren't about buying a slave, but paying restitution for killing a slave, what are your thoughts? A Kitchen has a point here. And that point is that the restitution of a slave isn't much different than the price of a slave. Because remember, you have to remember that if you kill someone else's slave and you pay the restitution, what you're doing is you are refunding the owner the value of that slave so he can go purchase another one. So that restitution amount needs to be at or near the value of that slave. So I don't think it's as much as a reach as people may say it is. It makes no sense to pay for the restitution of anything if the amount paid doesn't equal roughly the amount of the item being restored. So it's kind of common sense that if you're going to pay restitution for a slave, it's got to be roughly the value of the slave.
If not more.
If not more, yeah. There's restitution and then there's damages, punitive damages. But in the case of Hammurabi, I think it's just restitution. I don't think it's beyond. I don't think they're counting punitive damages there. I think it's just restitution in Hammurabi. So that's my thought. It's got to be pretty close. Got to be pretty close to the value. Right, next one here is from Justin the Rhino. Do you read Leviticus 18:18 as an actual sister or a sister-like fellow woman of Israel? Ooh. All right, let's take the Bible here. Leviticus 18, verse 18. All right. And you shall not marry a woman in addition to her sister as a rival while she is alive, to uncover her nakedness. Okay. Now, that uncover her nakedness, we have encountered a lot. Here's a great example of this. I still get guys who argue with me that uncovering Noah's nakedness had nothing to do with his wife. This is an example of it being used in that way in Leviticus. Okay? So, the idea is essentially you are not to marry a woman and her biological kin. Okay? Now, this could extend to other female relatives as well, like an aunt or a niece or something like that. Yeah.
So the whole Leah Rachel thing.
Oh yeah, this is totally inspired by the Leah and Rachel thing. Yeah, yeah, marrying a sister and a woman and her sister is trouble. It is trouble. Now, notice that they made the provision as a rival while she is alive. So once the wife passes on, you can then marry the sister. But it's really here talking about taking on two blood-related women at the same time as wives. So, Mandrake speaking. Ooh, woohoo!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Andrew Graham.
It's a rule because somebody tried it.
Yeah. Andrew Graham asks, uncovering the nakedness is the same as Adam knowing his wife, right? Yeah. Same thing. Yeah. Mama goes, it's a rule because somebody tried it. Yep. It's never outlawed the first time. It's never a crime the first time. That's what seems to be the motto. But yeah, Jacob tried this and it was a trouble, and yeah, they learned. So yeah, this is not other fellow women of Israel. This is talking about a blood relation. So that's that's what's being talked about here. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Okay, Golden Wind asks from Wednesday, what writing craft technique helped you to improve and what not so much? I read Ben Franklin copied, reconstructed from memory, and rewrote prose into verse to get better. Just writing more. Write more, read more, tend to your craft. It's really that simple, and it's hard to implement because you got to write so much. It is very, very true that you have to get the junk out of your system. There is something about writers that when they start learning the craft of writing, they sort of drift into one or two directions. It's all garbage or it's all gold. The problem is you as a writer don't have the experience to know what's garbage and what's gold. So when writers start out, they haven't written enough, and they haven't read enough, and they haven't experienced enough in life to know what's gold yet. It's just a process that takes practice and time. So, yeah, writing books can help you to sort of refine some things, and that can be very, very helpful. Um, I think one of them, and you will get little tidbits of advice here and there that will improve your writing dramatically. Like one of the pieces of advice I got that really improved my writing dramatically was every sentence is a thought. It's a thought of your character. You know, that's incredibly good advice. So you teach, you learn that when you're writing, you're actually writing the thoughts of your characters as you put down those sentences. So yeah, it's but then again, I've also found some craft techniques that weren't so helpful. Um like some exercises, like the ones that where they pose a quandary and you're supposed to write that. I haven't found that to be all that helpful. So it really depends, but some writing um some writing techniques are very, very, like, for example, I mean, I don't find story grid or plotting to be helpful. Um, some writers swear by it, that you have to plan the whole plot in advance, and your outline is about the size of your novel. In which case, why don't you just write the novel? Okay. Um. So plotting for me was not very good advice. I can't plot. You know, when I get sort of bogged down because I discovered through my character's eyes how the story progresses. But so Unknown Quantity asks, what's a story trope that you find tiring? Uh, Hope you had an awesome day, Dr. Folk. I did. Thank you. Um, One trope I find tiring is the love triangle. Do not like love triangles. I find them so obnoxious. Love triangles are so stupid. Ryan Cohenkamp asks for your minimum word count. How long does it take you to reach that? Depends. Depends. Um, I can get a rough draft done in 3 months. Easily. Sometimes shorter, sometimes a little longer. Uh, I write 300. I have a minimum quota that I do every day, which is 384 words. But I'll often do a lot more than that. Like last night, I did something like 1,400 words. So, you know, in those cases, you know, you can go from get a rough draft done in anything from 1 month to 3 months, and my minimum word count is usually 80,000 words. So, hope that helps. All right, moving on here. Next question. Harry Stark, is it worth it to get an apologetics degree? No. No, it's not. I would avoid the apologetics degree and go into a regular, say, academic discipline. Um, you know, like Old Testament, like history, like archaeology, something else. Apologetics degrees are really kind of professional degrees without a profession. There's what we would call a general studies degree, but you really don't want to take a general studies degree at the master's level, and most apologetics degrees are at the master's level. So I do not think apologetics degrees are worth it. They're not good degrees. They're not good degrees, and they don't produce good apologists. Okay, so you want to be, if you want to be a crack apologist, go into church history. Church history is an incredibly useful degree if you want to do apologetics, because you get exposed to all all the arguments of theology and philosophy in those degrees. Daniel Lowry says, Bill Craig advised folks to get a degree in a relevant field and do the best at being a good philosopher or historian, theologian, etc. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the best. That's the best course. Tyru says, apologetics degree means I can quote things, but I can't tell you anything about the thing I'm quoting. To some extent, yeah. That's not an unfair criticism. Daniel adds, at most, the apologetic courses only seemed useful to pastors, but not as a specialization. Yeah, and very difficult. I'll say that. A laboring saint asks, any advice on getting into patristics? Oh yeah, now that I got a lot of it.
Oh, patristics is fun.
Oh yeah, patristics is fun. Here's my take on patristics. And you got to understand, I came that close to becoming a patristic scholar myself. Okay? I was so close to becoming a patristic scholar. If it hadn't been for the person I'd selected as my Doktorvater having a nervous breakdown and not taking any more new students, I would have become a patristic scholar. I was that close. Like I had the applications filled out kind of close. And it was like, okay, I couldn't get the Doktorvater or Doktorvater that I wanted. There wasn't any good ones that were equal to him. I'll do Egyptology instead. And the rest is sort of history. Now, I will say this about getting into patristics. You have to read the Church Fathers cover to cover. And here's going to be your big challenge when going into patristics. There's a lot of Church Fathers out there. A lot. Estimates are that there are about 1,000 volumes that were written by the Church Fathers. Okay? 1,000 volumes. You will probably, I hope, read at least 100 of those. In fact, once you read about 100 of those, you'll start getting really comfortable with patristics. But you can't just read snippets of them. You can't just go, you have to read them, because one of the things that the Church Fathers wrote is in a very Socratic manner. You can't just flip and find and expect to get their opinion. That's like the worst way to do patristics, and I've seen a lot of bad patristic scholars do that. Try to make an argument from a flip and find. The argument is what happens is with Church Fathers is they will often quote 80 pages of their opposition and then add a little 20 with their argument. Okay? So unless you are expected when you read the Church Fathers to follow the argument and retain the argument in your head as you progress through this very, very long piece of text. Okay? The best preparation you can do is start reading the Church Fathers, cover to cover. You'll have to learn both Greek and Latin. You'll have to learn both of those. And German.
Tyru makes a really good point.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the time the Church Fathers made their arguments better than their oppositions. They made their opposition's arguments better than the originator did.
Yeah. Tyru says, a lot of times the Church Fathers were better at making their arguments than their opponents. Oftentimes, too, the Church Fathers Yeah, he says it right here. Church fathers made their opponents better than their opponents. Yeah, yeah, they did. Made it clearer.
Yeah.
No, quite frankly, a lot of their opponents had very muddled thinking.
Well,
So they actually
we do
clarify their opponent's arguments.
we do that today with what you and I call the improved heritage.
Yes. Ryan Kohnkamp says Steelman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they Steelman their arguments. So yeah, that's what I would recommend for getting into patristics is start reading the Church Fathers. Because that's the one thing you're going to have to build up a tolerance to. You're going to have to build up a tolerance to starting a book at the beginning, reading through the middle, and completing it to the end. And that could be very, very exhausting. That can be very exhausting to do. So, especially if you've got a very, very long work like Irenaeus, it can be a struggle if you have not built up that tolerance. So the best way to do is start with some small church fathers, get through them, and then build your way up to larger and larger ones. A good way is to get Phil Schaff's Ante-Nicene Fathers. Start at Volume 1. And what's good about that is Volume 1 starts with small fathers and progresses to large ones. So it's treat Ante-Nicene Fathers Volume 1, 2, 3, etc. as your reading curricula to get you accustomed to reading the Church Fathers. And if you can do that, then going on to study at a doctoral level in patristics shouldn't be that difficult.
Unknown quality at 8:49.
Okay.
Who's your favorite and least favorite church father?
All right, Unknown Quality asks, who's your favorite and least favorite church father, 1st or 2nd century? Theophilus of Antioch is great. I like Theophilus. Irenaeus can be very funny. I liked Irenaeus. Those are probably my two favorites, Irenaeus and Theophilus. At least in the 1st and 2nd centuries. The one, my least favorite church father is actually Augustine. I hate to say it, but the more I read of Augustine, the less impressed I am by him. There's just a lot of argumentation that he doesn't get right out of the gate. And, yeah, it can get pretty awful sometimes with Augustine. And especially when he starts adopting some of the methods of the other church fathers, like he'll sometimes adopt Origen's allegorical method, and that gets downright embarrassing sometimes because Origen's allegorical method needs to be used with extreme caution. You can get into all sorts of crazy stuff and interpretations if you don't have a good theology as a fence for the allegorical method. So, and Augustine sometimes tries to incorporate that method, but it just doesn't work very well. So, anyway, there we go. There's my favorites. Okay, next one. Moving on. Number 9. Can God punish a person for something they didn't do? This is from Justin the Rhino. No, he can't punish somebody, and it's because he won't. It's a limit he's placed upon himself. So God won't punish someone for something they didn't do. But he will allow consequences to fall upon someone who didn't do something. Okay? And there's a scope difference there. Okay? There's a difference between, say, allowing something bad to happen to somebody and punishing somebody for something they did. Two different things. One, the allowing something to happen is a matter of universal causality. And the question is, will God interfere in causality to prevent bad things from happening to innocent people? And the answer to that question is no, because to do that would take away from the sovereignty of the guy who did the bad thing. So the fact is that the effects of sin have a causal effect on those around them. So God may not punish somebody for something they didn't do, but God may let something bad happen to someone who doesn't deserve it to preserve the causality and the consequences of the sinner. And the fact is, though, we all fall under that category, that if we sin, that the old saying, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. No, it doesn't. No, it does not stay in Vegas. It spreads out onto everybody, onto society, onto your children, onto your wife, onto your parents, the taxpayers. Sin is communicable. The consequences goes everywhere. And God has designed this world with causality. It's part of the fabric of our world that you sin, other people suffer. That's why it's so evil. That's why it's so wrong. It's a reflection of the broken relationship the sinner has with God. God has the broken relationship with the sinner, and the sinner's consequences fall as collateral damage on everyone. So just because someone feels the consequence of another person's punishment doesn't mean that the innocent party is being punished, just that causality still works. Okay? So God chooses not to punish the innocent. God allows the causal chain of events. So, yeah, Bomb Papa, I like that quote. Get it here. Put it up here. Bomb Papa says, the bad apple doesn't just rot itself. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, moving on here. Justin Rhino. How would people groups treat the young of their enemies when they attacked? Would they keep them or eliminate them? If left alone, would they survive? They did one of two things. And it depends upon exactly what kind of scenario you're talking about here. Are you talking about invading armies, or are you talking about tribal groups attacking each other? Okay. Because nations, just armies attacking each other, they would tend to enslave the youth. Okay, youths would be enslaved. Like, for example, here's a great example of this. When Babylon conquers Jerusalem, Nebuchadnezzar takes 10% of the population of Jerusalem and Judea into captivity. Okay, and they're deported to Babylon. Some of them become slaves. Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, they become slaves. They become eunuchs. Okay, and we'll go into how that happens. Okay, they become slaves essentially for the king of Babylon. So there's an example where a conquering army comes in, conquers a city, takes slaves. Other situations, if it's a one tribe attacking another for maybe a possession of land, then the youth are typically killed. And the youth are typically killed. They're not enslaved, they're killed. And that's to prevent tribal retribution. Okay? Clan warfare is really ugly. It's really ugly. If the young survive, they grow up, they get allies, and then they kill the people who killed their parents. That's the status quo, normal condition of clan warfare. So if it's clan warfare, the youth are killed. If it's armies coming in and conquering, the youth are enslaved.
It's also, what's the motive? If it's one group conquering another because they're starving and it's knife edge,
yeah.
They're not going to take slaves because you have to feed slaves.
Yeah, that's true. Mrs. Producer says, if this is agricultural warfare, then slaves won't be taken because you have to feed slaves. And agricultural warfare is all about food. So it all depends on the kind of warfare that's involved. So,
but it's all ugly.
It's all ugly, and none of it's nice. Ancient warfare was not a pretty ordeal. Okay, hope that helped. Thank you for the question. Darkblade asks a question that's not really on our we take on our channel, but we'll answer it anyway. Why can't I use the elevator in a fire? Smoke inhalation. That's the number one reason. Sometimes an elevator will stop mid-floor during a fire, but that's not the real reason. The real reason is because the elevator shaft acts as a ventilation convector. Okay? So what happens is smoke rises, heat rises. Guess what happens in an elevator? The smoke and heat from the floor that's on fire goes up the elevator shaft. And you'll either have one of two things. You'll either be cooked or you'll be suffocated. That's why you don't get into an elevator during a fire. Because it just really gets, that whole elevator shaft acts as a convection. And essentially a chimney. It acts as like a chimney for the fire.
That's really good.
Yeah. Stairs don't, because stairs have fire doors.
And no opening.
Yeah, and no opening on the top. Ryan Cohen Cap. Now let's hear the story about when Dr. Falk was an elevator inspector.
I don't know about inspector.
No, but I did do emergency response, first aid, that sort of thing. So, yeah.
You took courses.
Yeah, I took courses. Dr. Falk, the cable cutter. No, I did not do cable cutting. Most of those elevator systems, though, have brakes. That's one of the interesting things about elevators is when elevators should the cable ever break or the motor come on leash, if the elevator falls too fast, there's actually brakes on the elevator that trip if the elevator falls too fast. So there's multiple. I mean, elevators are one of the safest things to actually be in. Safer than walking. Elevator travel is safer than walking, statistically. Safer than air travel. It's basically, elevator is the safest means of travel. I think something like only like 9 people have ever died in an elevator. It's crazy small. It's crazy small. But because unless there's a fire, yeah, unless there's a fire, but most people fortunately have the good sense not to take the stairs during a fire. And in some cases too, what happens in an elevator is if the fire alarm, elevators can be attached to the fire alarm system where they'll stop working. So yeah, it's elevators are the safest form of travel, bar none. But you have to be in a pretty old building these days, um, where the elevator is not somehow tied to the fire alarm system. So
Yeah, the mock elevator.
Common Lurker says elevators have multiple cables to hold them up and braking mechanisms if worst comes to worst, so pretty safe. Probably very, very few people have ever died from free falling elevators. No one's died from a free falling elevator. Nobody. It's never happened. There have been a couple of people who have died from smoke inhalation in an elevator. Some people have died of heart attacks in an elevator, but that's not caused by the elevator itself. But heart attack by being stuck in an elevator, I should say. So there have been some places, sometimes when people have died in an elevator because they had a medical emergency while being stuck in an elevator. That's happened. So, all right, moving on here.
Babies have been born in elevators.
Say Shibboleth for $5 Canadian. Thank you very much for the super chat. If you have to give a percentage, how convinced are you that Teru of Urkesh is the real Terra, father of Abraham? I'd say about 90%. I think that's pretty good. Here's the reason. There is a etymological argument for Terra and Teru, and Urkesh and Urkashdim. So that's a pretty strong link right there. The biographical details are so strikingly similar it isn't even funny. Basically, in both cases, guy has a city. He gets run out, loses his son in the first, loses a son in the tumult, and both go to Haran and become sojourners. Hapiru. And we got those details from the Mari letters. So the evidence is strong, the evidence is good, and the correlating biography is very solid. So I think it's actually a pretty I'm convinced by it. Now, if we didn't have that correlating biography, we'd have to go, well, nah, it could be a coincidence. But we have that correlating biography. And we have etymological arguments for both Teru and Urkesh. And it is in the right place. That's the other thing. Yeah, we have a winner. Exactly. So that's why I place this as high as 90%. I'll always leave 10% for doubt anyway. Okay? Unless it's super firm. Unless there's no other alternative, I'll always leave a 10% wiggle room there, but that's as good as it pretty much gets in correlative biography. Bobby B asks, so Abraham went from being a city dweller to nomadic? Yeah. Yeah, he did. Unknown Qualities asks, so would that mean that Teru of Urkesh is the earliest biblical figure that we have outside evidence of? Yes, it is. Yeah, I'd say he's the earliest biblical figure we have outside evidence of. Darkblade goes, do you plan to present this at a conference one day within the next 6 years or so? Probably not, because uh, I'm having a lot of difficulty getting into conferences these days to give papers. You know, the political situation at conferences has not gotten better; it's gotten worse. All right, moving on here. I tried to get into a conference this year, did not get in. Not because the paper was bad, just the politics of the situation.
There's various forms of censorship.
Yeah, there's various forms of censorship. All right, next one here is from Space Peanut. Is early Exodus dating the same kind of hermeneutical error as young Earth creationism? It's very similar, yeah. What's it called now? Uh, there's another acronym for it. ABC, Absolute Biblical Chronology, is it's kind of a form of biblical literalism. And he goes on, I don't get why older proponents like Steve Meyer, Frank Turek still push the early date despite not being strict literalists. Money. Money. That's the driving force here. The thing is, early Exodus date stuff, the people who support that position donate big. Really big. ABR has survived because its donors have deep pockets. And that's because ABR has done the footwork over the past 60 years to go into churches, seminaries, denominations, to raise generations of wealthy donors. Okay? So even though you have guys like Steve and Frank who aren't strict biblical literalists, they'll be biblical literalists when it serves the financial purposes. So, so that's why these two stay in that game. It's not because the evidence is compelling. It's because the money would dry up. The money would dry up if they switch sides. So Colin Lurker goes, that's why early Exodus is assumed in so many study Bibles. Yeah, it is. The only two I know that include late date as a possibility is ESV and NLT study Bibles. Yeah, that's the reason though. Here's the thing. A late dater will not, if he sees the early Exodus date in a study Bible, he'll go, oh, you know what? I don't agree with this, but the rest of the Bible's probably good. Still buy the Bible. Early Exodus dater will go, oh, you evil man. You evil liberal translation. I won't buy this. And early Exodus daters get really upset at mention of the late Exodus date. I mean, really upset. I mean, if you want to see, that time I had that discussion in the hallway with Roger Young, wow, he got upset. Yeah, so it's just crazy. I mean, just Andrew Graham goes, I know people who still don't get the Yom Suf thing. Yeah, I do too. I mean, I know a guy who
it's been all this time, and then Bible translations still don't translate it easy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know a guy who basically told me once that he wouldn't listen to me because I translated Yom Suf, Sea of Reeds, instead of the Red Sea. Like, it doesn't say Red Sea. Well, it does in my Bible.
Yeah, where that one has been proven beyond.
Yeah, that one's
any-
proven. That one's proven beyond any reasonable doubt. But you still get guys going, "Oh, it says Red Sea in my Bible."
How are foreign translations? How are other languages doing with that?
Depends on the language. In some languages they will translate it properly. In others they don't. It depends on how much influence those their ancestral translation had, and how much it sort of depended upon, say, the Septuagint
Yeah,
for its
that's one thing
translation.
I've never checked where that is in something where they may have only had a translation of the Bible.
Yeah.
In the last 20 years.
Mm-hmm. Well, I understand why the Septuagint translated it the way they did, because there was no Yam Suf anymore by the time of the Septuagint translation. But we know a lot more now. Ryan Cohenkamp asked, "How did it ever get translated Red Sea?" Septuagint. The Septuagint translated Yam Suf as Rotothalassa. Red, literally Red Sea. And that's again because the Septuagint, the Yam Suf no longer existed. By the time the Septuagint translated Yam Suf, the Yam Suf, the original Sea of Reeds, was a desert. It had completely dried up and desertified. So there was no more sea out there. So not knowing what body of water to use, they picked one that they thought was relatively close, which was the Gulf of Aqaba. Not Aqaba, the Gulf of Suez. Sorry, the Gulf of Suez. And which at the time was called the Rotothalassa. So once that got into the Septuagint, that was then translated into Red Sea in the King James Version. I think it was in the Tyndale version as well. Darkly goes, the Chinese universal, I think it's universal version, says Red Sea. Yeah. Ryan Cohen kept, now it's the Dune Sea. It is pretty sandy, I'll say that. Very sandy out there. Actually, nowadays, there's a lot of banana plantations out there, to be honest. Thanks to the greening of the Northern Sinai. Okay, moving on. Very easily crossed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Slammer. She says, still in a power outage, dropping in to say hello before my phone dies. Stay safe. Stay safe. I don't know why you're experiencing a power outage, but do stay safe, because bad things can happen during a power outage. We don't have a we're going through a heat wave right now here, and it's hot. So I hope you're in safe conditions. Okay. So we've covered why Frank and Steve still push the early date. It's money. It's about money. Next one here is from Striding Herbert for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. Did the ancient Egyptians have their own concept of nobility? Yes. Yes, they did. They had a concept of upper class. Upper class people, lower class people. And nobility were kind of sort of thrown into the into that upper class. Now they didn't have a concept like, say, the British nobility. It's not like you were It's not like you were distantly related to a noble family, therefore you were nobility forever. No, that's not how it worked. But having been raised in the household of the king, you then sort of, if you weren't next in line for the throne yourself, you would be integrated into that upper class. The lower class was called the Remech. Okay, that's the Remech. The upper class are called the Pod People. Yes, it does sound almost exactly like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Okay, they're the Pot People. Those are your nice, clean people. The people you invite to temple. Haystack peasants. Yeah. Yeah, nobody really cared what happened to the Remich. Um, but the pot people, they were important. They're your upper class. The pot people, they were your scribes. They were your elite soldiers. Um, and they were the closest thing they had to a nobility, but it was really not so much a nobility, but it was more of an upper class. So I mean, once somebody left, say, the household, um, the Pernesu, the household of the king, they'd be integrated into the pot people. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Striding Hermit for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Is there a limit to humility? Yes, there is a limit to humility. There becomes, like any virtue can be corrupted. Okay. Love can turn a blind eye to sin. Okay. Humility can become a lie when when it becomes so self-deprecating, you're not telling the truth about yourself to others. So there is an actual limit to humility. Now, we have to kind of define what we mean by humility too. The biblical definition of humility is having power and not using it. Okay, that's the biblical definition of humility. Having power and not using it. False modesty, yeah, that's an example. Mama says that there's an example of one limit of humility is false modesty. Another limit to humility is having the power to stop injustice and not doing it. There's another limit to humility. So there, like any virtue can be corrupted. So false modesty is one way of corrupting humility. Having power and not using it to do good is also a corruption of it. So there's always that. So absolutely, there's limits to it. So thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Striding Hermit for $2. What is the worst take on Ma'at that you heard? The worst take on Ma'at I've heard is the whole idea that Ma'at is good. Is moral goodness. It's not moral goodness. It's balance. People who the worst take I think on Ma'at is the whole idea that it's the equivalent of good and evil. Those two extremes did not occur in early Egyptian religion or culture. It was more of a matter of balance versus imbalance. So it's more that sort of thing. So that would be probably the worst take I've heard on Ma'at, is that it's just moral good. And it's definitely not that. So thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Is distance one of the hardest barriers to relationship, friendship, families, romantic? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Mama says, the scatterbug is good. Yeah, he's good. CPM versus DOS next to Sloppy. Well, somebody I know of, maybe perhaps an alpha reader or two, is apparently really enjoying her sneak peeks at the Sloppy book. She's very much enjoying the Sloppy book. Which is not book 4, by the way. It's book 5. She's having a very good time reading the Sloppy book. Okay, moving on here. Milo Mortimer. Sloppy! Everyone loves Sloppy. Oh boy. The bread strikes back. Something like that. Oh, turtles. Yeah, distance can be very hard in relationships. It's the Bible doesn't have a lot to say about this, but yeah, it is one of the things that can be very strained on friendships because you fall out of touch with family and even especially romantic relationships, because romantic relationships are sort of based upon being in the presence of the other person. So yeah, I'd say definitely that's an issue. So yeah, distance makes the heart grow fungus, definitely. So hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat, really appreciate it. Milo Mortimer, War of the Gods, Book 5, The Misadventures of Sloppy. It's not the title, but that's kind of what's going on. Oh, Snickerdoodle. Milo also says, if you drop Sloppy's bread from the Empire State Building, it could kill somebody. Yeah, probably. Oh, probably.
Drop it on somebody's foot.
If you drop it on someone's foot, it'll probably end up in a broken foot. But hey. Yeah, Sloppy gets into a little bit of trouble. Let's just say that. I'm not going to say much, but yeah, book 5 is. Where are we in book 5? How many words have we got in book 5 so far? Yeah. 24,000 words. So we're already third way through. Yeah, third of the way through. Yeah. Sloppy chats unite. Well, it will be good. It'll be good comic relief. I'll say that. Which is fine because book 4 is a very serious book. Book 4 is a very serious book. Book 5, not so much. Okay, Striding Hermit here for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How important is it for a Christian to have a vision, always keeping the kingdom in mind? I think it is always good for a Christian to have a sense of doing the good works that God has placed in front of you. You don't know what those are going to be. Okay? You don't know what sort of work God is going to have you do for the kingdom. That's the thing. Everything we do is focused on the kingdom of God and his righteousness. And The difficulty is always discerning what that is. Because sometimes you don't know. And sometimes God has some strange, strange plans for you.
You know, a lot of times if you knew, you'd be a Jonah and turn around and try and run.
Yeah. Yeah, Mrs. Producer says sometimes if you knew, you'd do a Jonah, turn around and run. So, um, so I don't think you need to have a fully fleshed vision, but you do need to have a sense that you're following God's will, that you're doing what God has called you to do, whatever that is. So God may give you the vision. God may just say, oh, well, you gotta wait. You gotta wait till I tell you. So, um, yeah, it's just, I don't think it's important to have a fully fleshed out vision, because you don't know what God wants to do with your life. He can do some strange stuff with your life. Oh my gosh. I'm the living example of God doing strange stuff with a person's life. And often I didn't know what God was planning. I had no idea until God just dropped it on me. Dropped it on me, and he goes, here, do this. Like, okay. Yeah. So, so anyway, that's about all I can tell you about that. Is
Yeah.
God doesn't give everyone a vision.
God sent you to Canada. Literally last place we wanted.
Yeah, Andrew Graham, God sent you to Canada. Yeah, literally the last place I wanted to go. Alrighty, moving on. Joseph, for $2, asks, do you have any thoughts on the author of Hebrews? No. The only thought I've had on the author of Hebrews is I don't know who the author of Hebrews is. And nobody does. We do know that he was probably a Jew. He was very good at Greek, so he was probably highly educated. It was probably not Paul. Could have been a Paul, maybe, but we don't know. It's a Hebrews is a anonymous epistle. So, oh boy, Milo Mortimer. Hey, at least there are no serial killers in Canada. Movie reference. Oh no, there are lots of serial killers in Canada. Eek, eek. Yeah, I could tell you the history of Canada here, and it's hair raising how many serial killers and really awful ones that Canada has had. Ryan Cohen Cap goes, could it, probably he's talking about Hebrews here, be multiple authors? I don't think it's multiple authors. It's too unified. It's too unified in its themes to be multiple authors. There's two themes in the book of Hebrews: apostasy and Christ is better than anything. Those are the two themes in the book of Hebrews. And they run through the entire course of the book. So when you've got a theme that set of themes that is that unified, that sort of eliminates the possibility of multiple authors. So I don't think, I think that Hebrews is a single author book, and it's not that huge of a book either. So, Group Project Paul plus others. Oh boy. Meaning a group project? So Paul plus us? No, I don't think so. I don't think it's a group project like that. Be kind of cool if it was, but no, I don't think it is. I just think we just don't know. And attempts to try to find out who the author is through textual analysis have not worked out, so I think we just have to sort of chalk this up to somebody whose identity has been lost to history. Okay, Bobby B for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Did Egyptians think of souls differently than we do? I have heard that pharaohs were possessed by a deity, demonic or my misinterpretation. Did pharaohs ever prove they were divine? Okay. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 questions in there. We did say something at the beginning about question stacking. Okay? It is a $10 super chat, and um we appreciate that, but that's technically this is against the rules. So but I'll give you brief answers to all. Okay? Did Egyptians think of souls differently than we do? Yes. They thought that the person is many had a ba, a ka, an ak, a shadow, a name, and a body. So a human being is made up of many components. Okay? So they had one that was their spirit. Then they had one that was their mind. Then they had one that was their emotions. So those souls were many pieces. Okay? Oh, what? Watch your language, doctor? There are children watching? What'd I say? Okay. I've heard the pharaohs were possessed by a deity. They weren't possessed. Think of it this way: it was more that the deity of Horus rested upon them. Okay, so it's not that they were possessed; that they were sort of more blessed supernaturally with the presence of. So they were not possessed. Not like we would interpret it in Christianity. So it was more that when someone became king, Horus left the old king, rested upon the new king as sort of a protective and blessing presence. Did pharaohs ever prove they were divine? Well, the whole thing about pharaohs being divine is also very much misunderstood too. They didn't really take on that theology, except in a very, very small period of time. Every king thought that they were divine, became gods once they died and passed on to the next life. So basically think of it, God in potential. Okay? They didn't think that they were a living god until roughly mid-Dynasty 18. This happened during the reign of Amenhotep III. Amenhotep III kind of became the first king to think of himself as a deity, a living deity. And that continued until the end of Dynasty 20. And then they kind of went back to divine in potential. Okay? So it wasn't that they always thought that they were divine. So laboring spirit, kind of like the Holy Spirit on folks and judges. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's more the sense here, that Horus rested upon the king like the Holy Spirit on the folks and judges. That's exactly what was going on there. So you got it. That's exactly the right comparison. So pharaohs never had to prove they were because they were they had the power of the divinity, which is the power of life and death. But they also usually it wasn't really claimed until the end of Dynasty 18 and through Dynasties 19 and 20. A very small, short period of time, respectively. So I think that's something that gets really misunderstood is what were the claims pharaohs were actually making in regards to their divinity. It's a lot more modest than most people think. The camelopard says, so exactly like Moon Knight. I don't know Moon Knight well enough to answer that question. Yeah?
Wasn't Moon Knight the guy who was in the museum? And then
I don't remember it. It's been so long since I've watched it, and it really didn't stick in my head that much. All right, moving on here. Bobby B for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Anything like the papacy ever develop in Egypt or polytheistic societies? Uh, hard to say because the papacy is basically kind of a high priesthood. Now in Egypt, the king was the high priest over every cult in Egypt. Every cult. So I don't know if you could call though the king a pope. He was a religious figure. The king of Egypt was a religious figure. He did influence the religious agenda of Egypt. So in that respect, he's kind of like a pope, but he's also a hereditary a figure too. You know, his son will become the next high priest of Egypt. So so it's not some like the papacy in that priests come together to choose. It wasn't like that. There's no voting process there. But that's probably the closest you probably get to it. But it's not really an equal comparison. Come up hard. You mean to tell me they didn't vote for the Pharaoh? I know. Shocking. Shocking, isn't it? Next, you're going to tell me that Pharaoh wasn't a military dictator. Okay, I am going to take this next here. Actually, we have a sponsored super chat from PA888 for $19.99. Thank you very much for that sponsorship. We really appreciate it. We'll take this question here from Keeps Learning. Okay, and that is, were the kings of Egypt or of Israel prevented to be priests for the reason that other nations had king priests? We do know that a king could not be a priest in Israel. There was a separation of powers. We're not exactly sure why they did it that way, except that to be priest, it had to be you had to be a descendant of Aaron. You couldn't just be any old Levite either. You actually had to be a descendant of Aaron in order to be a priest. So that was sort of a perpetual trust. So a king could not just become, because kings were descendants of other tribes. So yeah, any old Levite won't do. Exactly, Andrew Graham. So yeah, so it was one of those things that's really limited in Israel to who you're related to. So we're not exactly told the reasoning for why the two aren't allowed together. Like Jeroboam the first tries to be both king and priest, and it doesn't go well for him. But we don't know exactly the reason why there's a separation of powers there. Because it was allowed in other ancient Near Eastern nations It's just not allowed in Israel. And some of it has to do, I think, with the fact that priests had to remain holy, while kings have to do things at times that are not exactly holy. So I think that might be some of it, is that because the role of king and priest demands that the priests remain holy, whereas the king have to do things that are not holy. I think that was meant to preserve the holiness of God's temple and God's priesthood, to maintain those sacred boundaries. So that's why I think that particular division remained there. So anyway, I want to thank you for that question. I want to thank PA888 for sponsoring that question. Thank you so very much. The Kamal card says, so kind of like why God wouldn't let David build the temple. Yeah, because he was a man of bloodshed. Exactly it. All right, moving on here. Bobby B for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What exactly was Atonism? You did it again, man. How many questions we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions. Question stacking. Okay, we're gonna yeah, it's too many. Too many, man. Okay. Gonna pick the first one here. What exactly was Atonism? Atonism is worshipping the sun disk. It is a monolatrous pantheism. Okay? So, Atonism is the idea that the sun disk is was the true sun god, and every other god is a manifestation of the Aten. Okay? So, it believed that Aten was all things. All things are the Aten. You're Aten, I'm Aten, everything's Aten. Creation's Aten. There was no beginning of creation. There is no end of creation. There's just Aten. So, that's just that's what Atonism is, and in a nutshell, it is as I said, pantheistic because everything's Aten. It's monolatrous. You only are supposed to worship the Aten or his manifestations. But in worshiping the manifestations, you worship them as the Aten. So that's generally how it worked. It was a royal cult. It was centered at Amarna. And it survived really until the last vestiges of it were recorded during the reign of Seti I. So it did survive a little while after the polytheistic restoration by King Tut in his 3rd year, but it didn't last much longer than that. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Bobby B for $10. Wow, jeez. He's got again here 1, 2, 3, 4 questions stacked. How did household gods work in Egypt, in Israel, in Israel's neighbors? You heard say things that you were too great to say that you were to greet the gods before entering the house every time. All right, I'm going to give you a basic overview of how household gods worked. At the beginning, as you go into every house, there's a chapel on the side. Okay, so there's a doorway, but you go around the corner of the doorway, and there's a little stairway going up to a tiny, tiny chapel where the household gods were held. Okay, so that's where you kind of go in, and you basically do your whatever ceremony you did to the gods, and once you did that ceremony, you can then enter the doorway. Now, did they do this every time? We don't know. We know it's there because we found these chapels at the houses at Deir al-Medina. So that's how we know they existed. But Who exactly were those gods? We don't know. We don't know exactly the nature of household gods. The whole idea of household gods in Egypt is known. There's many extant examples, but we don't know exactly the nature of that worship, the nature of the gods, or the nature of the practices involved. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. All right, we have a super sticker from Smiley Bonbon. Good to see you. Very good to see you. Hope you're doing well. But thank you very much for the question. Really, or the sticker. Really appreciate it. Then we got a super chat here from Bonbon for $5. Thank you again. He says, has Akhenaten or other pharaoh complained about Egyptians mindlessly following the rituals of old times while no longer even knowing the meaning of them? No, we do not have a lot of complaints about that. We have one graffito that is presumed to be from Akhenaten that was found on a teletat brick. And a teletat brick is kind of a very long, uniquely shaped brick that was very popular during the Amarna period. So presumably it was part of one of Akhenaten's temples. And on that brick, there is an inscription saying the other gods, they're all false. That's probably as close as we get to somebody in the Amarna period complaining about Egyptians mindlessly following other religions, other deities. But there's no rituals even at the Amarna period were presumed to be valid. They were presumed to be valid. Even Akhenaten followed many of the rituals, but just converted them for sun worship. Like, for example, part of his ritual worship was every day. You know, the sun temples are strangely, the Amarna period sun temples are very strange anyway. They're not enclosed. They're open to the sun. And they're kind of a weird set of four walls that are kind of make a cross. And they would walk to the center of that cross, and they would lift their hands to the sun and offer a prayer and voice offerings to the Aten. So they were largely adapted from other rituals that are found in Egypt. The only thing is, it's not, they weren't, they didn't deprecate those other rituals. They more or less adapted them. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, another one here from Bonbon for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Why did the world of ancient Near East seem much more enchanted compared to us? Ooh, I like that question. Why did they never feel the need to rationalize things and develop systemic doctrines? Okay, one of the things about the ancient world is they believed in magic. They believed in magic. They believed in spirits. It was a very mystical worldview. Okay? If it seems more enchanted, it's because to them it was more enchanted. Spirits were everywhere. You know, I've made this comparison that living in being in the ancient Egyptian was working in the fields and believing your father might be standing right beside you as you work. Okay? That you were surrounded by things like ghosts and spirits and gods and the dead. Okay? So if you
Made you really paranoid.
Made you real paranoid, yeah. You hear a rustle in a granary? That's not a mouse. That's an evil spirit. You basically throw it into a bag, stick the bag in a trunk, and put that in another trunk. So, so yeah, that was sort of the worldview they were living in. So yeah, we live in a very uh naturalistic world. The Western world is very naturalistic. We don't believe people don't generally believe that spirits surround us, or that the dead come back. We do typically we're typically very materialistic. We have a very materialist worldview in the West. So
Up until the 1700s, used to be viewed as
yeah, until the 1700s, that was viewed as insanity. But today, the norm is materialism. And we have, in the West, a very, very materialist view. One of the things that I've heard, like, for example, when I went to seminary, one of the things that was sort of leveled against the students is, I hate to say it, guys, you're all practical deists. You might believe in an afterlife and a spirit world, but you don't believe it as if you actually live it. You guys more or less are materialists. You're materialists who believe that God is not involved in the world, and you're practical deists. Now, hearing a professor say that to his class, that was
fun.
that was fun.
Oh, sorry. Did my bias show through?
Yes, your bias showed through. Exactly. Yeah. You know, this is why I think it's really important to talk about spirit critters. This is why I think it's really, really important to talk about spirit critters. Yeah, we kind of take a lighthearted view of it, but it is part of the Christian worldview that we are surrounded by spiritual beings. We might not see them, we might not always know they're there, but you're a deist, and you're a deist, and you're a deist. Well. Many of them are. Ghost of Velociraptor. But this is why I think too that Bonbon, you're correct. That world was seen as more enchanted compared to us because they considered it more enchanted. Enchantments were everywhere. Magic was a thing. Don't like how your grades are turning out of school? Do a magic spell. That might fix it. You know?
The difference between a spell and a prayer is a spell you're trying to coerce and force
Yeah.
the results you want.
Yeah.
Prayer is that you're asking.
Yeah.
But the spiritual world is involved in both.
Yeah, spiritual world is involved in both prayers and spells. But the difference then is the matter of coercion. So, but yeah, they never felt the need to rationalize things. They would actually well, that's not quite true. They did rationalize things out. They didn't need to develop systematic doctrines, though. But a lot of what they believed was consequential. Did come out of certain presuppositions within their particular religion. So, I think that's one of those things that they did think this out. So if you want to use that as a rationalized thing, then that would be an example of rationalization. But the development of systematic doctrines, yeah, I'll get it right eventually. Systematic doctrines, that comes with more doctrinal theology. And most ancient Near Eastern religious systems were not really into doctrinal theology. it was more, religion at that point was more practice than, say, belief. And we got to keep that in mind too, that a lot of the ancient religions of the ancient world were dependent on ritual practice, not so much upon doctrinal belief. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Harry Stark asks, do demons sound like anything? They don't have to. They can be perfectly silent.
But they can also mimic other sounds.
They can mimic sounds. They can make noises. They can throw objects, bang plates. So yeah, they don't have to make any sounds. They can just move through a room without being noticed at all. All right, moving on. Bonbon for $2 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. Did Egypt know any divination that wasn't okay there? There were no limits on divination in Egypt. Okay? They didn't, let me put it this way. Necromancy was not prohibited in Egypt because they mummified people. And they believed that spirits re-inhabited the dead. So it was fair game for somebody to ask the dead a question. They didn't always get an answer, but they were allowed to, because they believed the mummies were a proxy body for the deceased. So because of the theology of ancient Egypt, it's one of those necromancy was not prohibited in Egypt. Necromancy, however, was prohibited in Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia definitely had laws against necromancy. So Egypt had no restrictions on divination. But you also didn't get in Egypt too people defiling corpses for that. So there was sort of a
I was just wondering how the Chinese version of ancestor worship, where they go and they talk to their relatives.
Yeah.
But they ask questions too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is Chinese ancestor worship, does that include parts of necromancy? Because they're talking to the dead.
Yeah.
But again, they're defiling the dead.
Yeah.
And they're also not trying to force the dead.
Yeah. Well, it's also the thing too that necromancy in, say, the Levant involved defiling a corpse.
Yeah.
Necromancy in Egypt didn't. Okay? No one was defiling a corpse in Egypt for necromancy. So that was a taboo. That was an absolute taboo.
European versions are pretty gross and disgusting.
Oh yeah. So there's a lot there that was never, nobody committed the crime, so it never became a prohibition. So that's why I say no form of divination was off the table in Egypt, but at the same time too, there was limits to what people would do with divination in Egypt. So just, there's a balance there.
Also, if you believe the spirits are all around you,
yeah,
you defile a body, you're going to expect that spirit's going to come.
Oh yeah.
Do nasty stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. It could have severe consequences on you if you defile the body in Egypt, because of the fact that there were gods always watching you. So yeah, it was
That's part of the idea too,
yeah,
of Ma'at and balance.
Mm-hmm.
It was.
Oh yeah, it would be definitely a violation of Ma'at.
Yeah. So just the universe at large,
yeah,
would balance that kind of an act.
Yeah.
Severely bad things to the person who perpetrated it.
Oh yeah, yeah. If somebody defiled a body in Egypt, it was, yeah, bad stuff would come upon you.
They just didn't.
Unless you robbed it.
I was going to say they just didn't consider dumping a mummy on the ground while they looted it.
Elio has found an exception for looting. All right, moving on here. I want to thank Bon Bon for that 99-cent super sticker. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate it. Tyru asks, can you talk about some schisms that happened in evangelicalism in the early 20th century? There was a lot of schisms over, say, what's called the liberal, the modernist fundamentalist debates, particularly 1930s. These were generally schisms over, say liberal, theologically liberal interpretations of the Bible. Things where, say, the virgin birth would be questions, or the resurrection would be questioned. Back then, when we call, say, modernist and fundamentalist, you got to think of modernist as, say, theologically liberal, and the fundamentalist as meaning evangelical. A fundamentalist in the 1930s did not mean the same thing as fundamentalist today. It really meant evangelical. What's going to happen is in the 1950s, during the big Billy Graham crusade in New York, what happened was the evangelicals and the fundamentalists had a split. Okay? And that's because Billy Graham had a tiff, or sorry, Bob Jones had a tiff with Billy Graham. Billy Graham would allow any church to participate in their crusades, whether they were liberal or, say, more evangelical. Bob Jones had the idea that a fundamentalist, that a good Bible-believing evangelical had to believe in the two things that they had to believe in. They had to believe in the pre-tribulation return of Jesus Christ for the rapture. They had to believe in the rapture. They also had to believe that you were not permitted to work with somebody who was a liberal.
It wasn't just you couldn't work with a liberal.
Yeah, it wasn't that you couldn't work with a liberal. You couldn't work with somebody who worked with a liberal. This was called second-degree separation. So, as Bob Jones believed, you had to believe in the rapture, and you had to believe, a pre-tribulational rapture, and you had to believe in second-degree separation. And he basically, him and his association of churches, and this is the same Bob Jones that did Bob Jones University. Okay, so at that point, Bob Jones basically shunned the Billy Graham Association, and basically said, "Okay, we're still believing the fundamentals, but we added two fundamentals, and we're taking all our cookies and going home. We're taking all our toys and going home, and we are not going to work with you evangelicals anymore." So that was the evangelical fundamentalist split of the 1950s. I think the exact year is 52, but so you had two major splits in the early 20th century. You had the fundamentalist, or the modernist fundamentalist split, and then you had the evangelical fundamentalist split. And then after that, you had a lot of other little schisms and denominations as they went hard on liberalism. And you had things like the Anglican Communion splitting from Anglican, those sorts of little or smaller splits. So, Andrew Graham, going home and taking my ball with me. Yeah, that was really the attitude. Oh yeah, it was very self-righteous in the process. Yeah. Andrew Graham, who'd want to work with a liberal? Laugh out loud. Well, the Billy Graham Association did not have an apparatus to disciple Christians. They were an evangelism crusade. The way the Billy Graham Association worked is it would work with local churches. They basically said, we are not coming to your city unless you can get a certain number of the local churches to take in these people. Because what they would do is they would pass out these commitment cards at the crusade. You'd fill out the commitment card. If you made a commitment to Christ at a crusade, they'd collect the cards, and then they would randomly give out the cards to various churches. And those churches were supposed to reach out to the people on the cards and invite them to church to disciple them. So,
funny thought, they expected new disciples to be disciples.
This is one of the reasons why it often took the Billy Graham crusade 7 years to organize a crusade. Because it took that long to get all the churches they needed to come together to do the discipleship. Now, this has been an ongoing criticism of the Billy Graham crusade, that they don't exactly vet those churches very well. A lot of them are not, say, Bible-believing churches, not by a long shot. So it is actually a fair criticism of the Billy Graham crusade that it often sent those cards to very liberal churches. Churches that believe in practically nothing. So they're not vetted. Not vetted very well. So that is a legitimate concern of the Billy Graham crusade. So a lot of the people who signed commitment cards at those crusades, not all of them went on to be properly discipled. Not by a long shot. It was very hit and miss. But it was sort of hoped by the Billy Graham crusade that if it didn't, those disciple cards didn't work out, that those would find discipleship somewhere else. But yeah. Kamal Part Fundy, self-righteous, absurd. Andrew Graham, I was at a Billy crusade in 1979 because my folks went along. I was nearly at one at the time. Yeah, well, I went to a Billy Graham crusade when I was like in, I think, high school, something like that. Yeah. Unknown quantity. Billy Graham was a rare breed. Most televangelists other than him are basically walking memes. Billy Graham was not so much a televangelist, though. He wasn't a televangelist. Now, they did televise his crusades. I mean, let's not mistake that. But he was not. He would do these even if it wasn't televised. So for him, say, television exposure was not so important. He was really an evangelist. That's really what he was. He wasn't a theologian, and he admitted it. His books are really not very good. They're very shallow. Billy Graham was not a good writer. And his books are incredibly shallow. But he'd be the first one, too, to admit it. That he's not a theologian. He's not a theologian. He was not trained at seminary. Most people don't get this about Billy Graham. Is they think he's this walking, a walking pastor theologian type, and he had no training, absolutely none. And he wasn't really a very good preacher, but he gave the same evangelistic message at practically every crusade. You can't, if you saw one Billy Graham crusade, you generally saw them all. So, in fact, the music repertoire was the same from crusade to crusade. The same songs every crusade. It was formula. It was formulaic. But it was a simple presentation of the gospel message, and it was highly effective. And Common Lurker says Billy Graham was certainly much more humble and reserved compared to many popular evangelists, so that's true. It's why so many people respected him across the aisle. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, he also had a number of practices that made sure he kept the purity within his.
Oh, yeah.
The never going into a hotel room first.
Yeah.
And we heard all those stories first.
Yeah, he had some personal rules that he always followed on the road. Like, for example, never go into a hotel room alone. He always had one of his male companions, escort him into his hotel room to make sure there was no women hiding there.
And there were times there were women.
And apparently there were women hiding in there.
They were escorted out the door.
Yep, they were escorted out. Yeah. He also never touched the finances. He was paid a salary. And not an extravagant salary either. So, and that was controlled by his board. So, he knew money was a vice that could snare pastors. He knew women were a vice that could snare pastors. The other thing he stayed away from was alcohol, because that could snare pastors too. So he was very cautious about his walk with Christ as he did his ministry. And that's one of the reasons why his ministry really thrived, was because he was so cautious about that. Andrew Graham trying to trap him, perhaps? That's a possibility. Strong possibility, yeah.
Do you know who Unknown Quality is talking about?
No, I don't know who Fulton Sheen is. Speaking of TV, evangelist, thoughts on Archbishop Fulton Sheen? Never heard of that person. At least I don't know it in this context. So, okay, moving on here. So that talks about the schisms. Innovati says, love you, Doctor. Love you, producer. Love you, Mod Squad. Love you, best YouTube fans ever. Yeah, we have great fans. Intelligent, well-read, good-looking. How can you get better fans? Okay, Rich Adam for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is your opinion of the Noahide laws? Did God give humans laws to follow before the covenant in Exodus? Yes, I think so. There is the Noahic covenant, and it was basically don't eat. You were allowed to eat animals, but don't eat animals with the blood inside, because the blood belongs to the Lord. So, there is a Noahic covenant there. So that is a kind of law with provisions. So it wasn't an extensive law like you find in, say, the Sinai covenant, but there was some things in there like that. So like there's a prohibition, I believe, of murder involved in that too. So Merv Monson goes, the Noahide laws found in the Talmud are not biblical, though. No, I don't think they're biblical either. Too many. The problem with the Talmud is it tends to extrapolate on things based upon oral tradition and legends, and it's not always clear what is legend and what is just oral tradition. So there's limits to what the Noahic laws are. And it's not extensive. It's not extensive. It's a very small set. So CPM versus DOS. The Talmud is a mess of a mess. Hated my reading of it. Oh yeah, it is a mess of a mess. You are not wrong. One of the problems with Talmud too is various writers glossed it intentionally. So you'd be reading a little bit of text, and then you get a gloss inside that text from another one of the sages. And then maybe a gloss inside of that. So you're trying to pick apart the Talmud to decide what is the one writer saying and what is another writer saying. It's crazy. It's a crazy mess.
And as you keep saying, I have to take your word on it, it was a deliberate choice.
Yeah.
Which makes it hard.
Yeah, it's a commentary of a commentary of a commentary of myths and commentaries, yeah.
Yeah, and at least like when you read Tertullian, he says the heretic XYZ.
Yeah.
And he defines.
Yeah.
And then he'll say, however.
Yeah.
The Christian belief is, and he gives you those transitions.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, it's a very hard document to follow, and it's, as I say, you're absolutely right. It's a mess of a mess. Can't put it any more succinctly than that. Bobby B asks, did any other cultures have ritual intoxication? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Many of them did. You find ritual intoxication all over the ancient world. In the old world and the new world, actually. There's ritual intoxication in Mesopotamia. There's ritual intoxication in Egypt. Like, for example, at the Feast of Bastet. Lots of ritual intoxication at the Feast of Bastet. Crazy how much intoxication was there. You find it among, say, Incas and Aztecs too. There's a lot of ritual intoxication all over the world. So, yeah, it's fun. Camel Leopard, ask the Maenads. Yeah. Dionysus, yep. Let's not go there, yeah. Yeah, a lot of ritual intoxication in the ancient world. All right, followers of the shepherd asks, what is the biblical definition of lust? What are some things that are covered under it? Okay. The biblical definition of lust is wanting someone who isn't yours. Okay? Okay. It is not lust, and I mean that in a sexual sense. Okay, that's wanting someone sexually that doesn't belong to you. That's the biblical definition of lust. Okay. Now, it is not lust to want your wife, or a wife to want her husband. That is not lust, because there's a marriage there. You belong to each other. Okay? Lust is a form of coveting. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, thy neighbor's servants, manservants, maidservants, or anything a man owns. Okay? It is a form of coveting. It's also a form of adultery too, but it primarily falls under that coveting thing. So, that's one of the reasons why it's really a pernicious sin too, is because it's a sin that happens in the mind. It's one of the few sins that doesn't happen external to the person. So basically, if you lust after a woman that's not yours, or could never be yours, that's covered. It's covered under those provisions. Okay? Or to lust after even a girlfriend that's not yours yet, that would also be covered. That's why fornication is an issue.
You're not married to the ring is on your finger in the ceremony.
Yeah, essentially, Mrs. Producer says, you're not married until the ring is on the finger and the ceremony, the I do's are said.
You know, there are actually people who, week before marriage, went ahead. They were getting married within the week, car accident.
Yeah.
One person dies, they're not married.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weddings can get interrupted. This is why engagements are not weddings. Okay? They're not, engagements are plans to get married. So, this is why fornication prior to marriage is a form of sin, lust, and adultery. She's not yet your wife.
And it's going to form an attachment that's harder to break.
Yeah, it does have other consequences too, like forming attachments that are harder to break. And some of these attachments are very sneaky. Like, for example, people have found out, made plans to get married and found out their fiance is still married to somebody else. Happened like minutes before the marriage. Somebody finds out their potential spouse has still married.
That's a trope. That's why there's a line in traditional wedding vows where they ask the congregation, does anyone object?
Yeah, does anyone know a reason why this couple cannot be married?
Yeah. And that's in there for a reason.
Yeah. Yeah. So so that's what would be covered here is any sexual desire after a person that cannot be yours. That's lust. Okay? Is not or cannot be yours. So that's what's covered by it. Again, does not apply to spouses who are already married. You cannot commit lust against someone you're already married to, because that's not lust. That's proper, natural, sexual function and ideals. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Okay, next one here. Icy asks, when was the Torah translated to Hebrew and who did it? Well, it wasn't probably a formal translation process. What we know is classical Hebrew, developed in the 10th century BC. Prior to that, the Torah was probably written in Amoritic. The difference here is that Amoritic and Hebrew are pretty much the same language. They're pretty much the same language with only minor differences. So the translation of the Torah from Amoritic to Hebrew was probably a natural cumulative process. So it wasn't translated into Hebrew as much as the Amoritic became Hebrew. So, that's really, and once it became sort of stabilized as, say, classical Hebrew, that's when it sort of ossified, the text ossified as such. So I hope that helps. So it's kind of a misnomer to say it was translated to Hebrew, more that the underlying language itself became Hebrew. So the Dragon of Mississippi says Dr. Bob Cargill suggested the Ark of the Covenant itself was an idol, and he implied that tribal conditions on 1 Samuel 6:19 were the result of conflict between the Ark and idolatry. Thoughts? I think he's wrong. I don't think that the Ark of the Covenant itself was an idol. The peoples of the ancient world knew enough to know the difference between an idol and a piece of furniture. They knew the difference. I think the idea that the Ark of the Covenant itself was an idol is kind of liberal whacking, liberal idiocy. So I have my reservations there, but let's read that passage here just to see what he's talking about here with 1 Samuel. 1 Samuel 6:19. And he struck down some of the men of Beit Shemesh because they had looked into the ark of the Lord. He struck down the people, 50,070 men, and the people mourned because the Lord had struck the people with great slaughter. But that had nothing to do with it being an idol. I mean, they violated sacred space. They treated the Ark of the Covenant improperly according to the law. I don't see how that at all relates to idolatry of the Ark. So, I don't agree with Cargill on a lot, especially passages like this. Anything related to the Ark of the Covenant, I'm probably not going to agree with him on. I think he's a cool guy. He's a ham radio operator. I'm a ham radio operator. We've never talked, by the way. We've never crossed paths. I don't have a transmitter that's actually good enough to reach him. But I know he has a call sign. I have a call sign. So he's a cool guy. I mean, I'd love to talk to him someday. The camel leopard? Let's run a radio on ham. Well, I got one of these things. There's mine. Kind of all tripped out here. I got all sorts of cool attachments to it. Yeah, I got one of the handhelds. Harry Stark asks, how does David start a conversation with new people? Usually go on the nets. If there's a local net, a radio net, use it's a kind of repeater. It's a kind of repeater that you can actually basically call in on.
I don't know if he was specifically saying on the ham radio. Yeah, it was more of a general question.
Well, it came close to the ham talk, but that's how. All right. How does David start a conversation with new people? Depends. Hello. It's a great way to start. Interesting question here. Deduce a dude. Are ham radios allowed under Islam? Yes. They are. Um, there are actually some very, very famous ham radio operators in Islam. The King of Jordan is a ham radio operator. I believe he has a 3-letter call sign. He's one of the few individuals in the world with a 3-letter call sign. He's apparently an avid radio operator. It's I know you can get licensed for ham radio in countries like Egypt. Egypt has a ham radio licensing procedure. Jordan does. Saudi Arabia even has it. So, yeah, ham radio is very popular in Islam. Interestingly enough, there is the International Telecommunications Unit has standards for what is allowed. It's haram. It's haram. Well, the food isn't. The food is tasty, but not haram, or is not kasher. The ham is definitely haram, but ham radio is allowed. I don't think they make that connection. Just saying.
What is it in Arabic?
Yeah, what is it in Arabic? Yeah. Good times. Good times. Unknown quality. Ham radio implies the existence of egg radio. Good times. Absolutely fantastic. Moving on here. The Dragon of the Mississippi says, are there Gnostic groups today? Yes, there are. If so, are there many of them discreetly in biblical studies? There's some. The unit was it Christian Scientists are Gnostic. Okay. You get a lot of Gnosticism in Freemasonry. There's a lot of Gnosticism out there. A lot of vampire cults are Gnostic. So yeah, there's a lot of Gnosticism around today, and you will find it in Gnostic studies, or in biblical studies. So, okay, so thank you for the question, and I hope that helped. Francis Dobbs asked the member question, why do you think 2 Samuel 24:1 attributes David's decision to take a census to God, while 1 Chronicles attributes it to Satan? All right, let's bring up the passage. We'll have a look here. All right. 2 Samuel 24, verse 1. Now again, the anger of the Lord burned against Israel. That's why. And it incited David against them to say, go number Israel and Judah. Okay. So, the whole idea of it being attributed to God here is that Israel was angry at God was angry at Israel. So what we get then in 1 Chronicles 21, 1 Chronicles 21, verse 1. Then Satan stood up against Israel and moved David to number Israel. Okay, now I'm going to take just a peek here at the Hebrew. Okay, so, and Satan. Now, it's using it anonymously. That doesn't necessarily mean it's... We're unsure here, again, if this is going to be a job title or a name. Now, it is done without the direct article, so it could be a name here. But here we have an adversary, the adversary. An adversary stood up against Israel and moved David to number. Now, we have to understand here, because this is an Arthurus, it could be a name. It could also be just a generic an adversary. Okay? So we got to be careful here to doesn't actually directly attribute it to Satan. It could be Satan, the name. It could also be, as I said, an adversary. So then an adversary stood up against Israel and moved David to number Israel. Now this comes to primary and secondary causes. Okay, in 2 Samuel 24:1, God is angry at Israel. So David then does something that's really not good. But God's anger is already burning against Israel at this time. Whereas in 1 Chronicles 24, we get a direct cause. So you get the primary cause in 2 Samuel 24 and the secondary cause in 1 Chronicles 21:1. Now, how this works, we've seen this in other passages, like, for example, in the tormenting of Saul. Okay? God goes, my anger burns against Saul. Do I have any volunteers to torment Saul? And you get a demon there, spirit saying, I'll do it. Let me torment Saul. It's probably a situation similar to that, where God's anger has burned against David, and he asks for a volunteer. And that volunteer is this adversary. So this is why you can get, say, primary and secondary causes across two different passages. The Lord is saying, I want this guy tormented for just the sins he's doing. And you get some flunky going, I'll do it. I'll do the dirty work. It's fun. So that's why I think you see even though this is my chance. The Camilla part. This is my chance. Oops. Yeah. Keeps learning. Just like in Job 1. Yeah, just like in Job 1, just like in the torment of Saul. Yeah. Yeah. So but I love that. This is my chance. So it's a matter of, hey, divine council, I want this guy punished for his sins. Got any volunteers? So that's what's going on there. So Francis Dobbs, I hope that helps. But we've seen this happen repeatedly in Scripture, so we kind of got a good idea of what's going on there. So hope that answered the question. Daniel Lowry, any thoughts on Bauer's thesis? I don't know what Bauer's thesis is supposed to be here. So, nope. No thoughts on it because I don't know what you're talking about. But thank you for the question.
do with kidnapping mushroom princess.
Kimmel part, something to do with kidnapping Mushroom Princess, I bet. I thought that was Super Mario.
That's what he's making.
Oh, that's what it's referencing? Okay. Oh, Bowers. Okay, I get it. You know, I've never played Super Mario. AJ Higgins, could you elaborate on conference politics? Asking as a student prepping for graduate studies. Oh yeah, the academy is full of politics. And conference politics can get really nasty. If you have either torqued off or done something to that a conference organizer dislikes, they can shun you from having your papers read. A good shunning often takes place in conferences, and I am quite shunned. So
It is weird to walk into a room and have someone say, "Oh, you're the false."
yeah, it is weird to walk into a room and have someone go, "Oh, you're the folks." People talk at conferences. They talk about other people. And when I walk into a room at ETS, everyone knows who's entered the room. It's creepy sometimes, actually.
Well, that's the thing is, once you're on places like the internet, you don't know who knows who you are.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, once you're on the internet, you don't know who knows who you are. Yeah, exactly. Um, but yeah, here's what I find really interesting. I am completely unknown in my hometown. Nobody ever recognizes me in my hometown. I have never once gone out on the street in my home city and been recognized. Okay? But I go to ETS and lots of people recognize me. Very recognized. I get people who recognize me from the channel. I get colleagues who I've never met who have recognized me. I've had my reputation precede me at conferences. I was standing at a book table once at an Azor conference, and somebody recognized me. So
You have those people in the museum in Egypt.
I got recognized once at the Egyptian Museum in Cairo by a bunch of students from Lipscomb. So I am more recognized outside of Vancouver than I am inside. Harry Stark, I thought people would be asking for autographs in rows. I have people had asked me for autographs. I've had people ask me for selfies with Mr. EC.
Those were fun.
Yeah, those were fun. we brought Mr. EC to an ETS once. I had people take selfies with Mr. EC. The unknown qualities is because Dr. Falk is really the friends we've made along the way. I suppose. Hey, we will be in Denver this year for the ETS conference. And the conference is, I believe, November 16th through 20th, something like that. Yeah. At least that's when I'll be there. So if you're in Denver during that time, I would love to meet you. So, the ETS Jets conference. As I said, if you're in the Denver area, I'd love to meet you. I love meeting my viewers. As I said, a little freaky sometimes. All right, moving on here. Um, Unknown Quality asks, I think I may have asked this before, but don't recall. Is it just me, or are more people accepting the Exodus or the Exodus-like event did happen? You did ask that, and I think we answered that last week. Um, and the answer was more people are accepting the Exodus or an Exodus-like event, but they're accepting a version of it that is deeply distorted. Most of those people are accepting what we would call an early Exodus date, and that's because organizations like Associates for Biblical Research have done a very, very good job of basically promoting their views, even though they're deeply distorted, even though they fly in the face of the historical data. They can't be more wrong, but they've done a very good job pitching it. So I hope that answers the question succinctly, because again, this is the second time we've answered it. So hope that helps. All right, Messianic Talmud for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. How effective were Egyptian police solving crimes, maintaining social order, corruption, etc.? They were terrible at corruption because that was outside of their mandate. Egyptian police did not have the authority to do anything about corruption. Solving crimes, they were kind of mid. They were there to maintain social order. Basically, social order for the king. That was their job, to maintain social order for the king, and they did it with beatings. Lots and lots of beatings.
Not the kind of neighborhood cop.
Yeah, it's not your friendly neighborhood cop here. No, this is not some friendly investigator, you know. Dude, they would just beat the snot out of you. That's what that was their primary method of law enforcement. Camilla part. Dr. Falch should write an ancient Egyptian Sherlock Holmes novel. Oh yeah, that would be fun. Hey, I think you might have done a crime. I'm going to beat you up and then ask you some questions. And then I'm going to beat you up some more. You're not going to be able to walk. And your hands are going to be blistered. We might not even solve the crime, but you got a good beating. Ma'at was served. I beat you both ways. Ma'at was served. There's balance. Beating at the end, beating at the beginning. Balance. Ma'at. Elementary. Everyone gets a beating. You get a beating. You get a beating. You get a beating. And everyone gets a beating. Come on, Bart. Whack. How did you do it, Holmes? it would be a hysterical novel. But it would be it'd be quite the interesting read. I don't know if it'd be a drama or a comedy at that point.
Reddington.
Yeah, It's a Reddington kind of mystery.
Makes you laugh in places, and then you feel horrible because you laughed at somebody. Such a nasty person.
Yeah, but that was the major job of Egyptian police, is to maintain social order, and through the process of generously giving out beatings. Bobby B asks, what happened to these pod people as generations went on? If related to a lord well long ago, doesn't matter. They just sort of integrated into society and disappeared. That's essentially what they did. So it's not something that they the pot people did not exactly maintain their status. They just sort of, as I said, integrated into the society. They got married, had kids, became either stayed among the pod people, or they became part of the Rematch. And eventually, the distinction between pod people and Rematch disappeared. Folk like an Egyptian. You get a beating. Everyone gets a beating. Egyptian justice. Gotta love it. Camel purchase for $2. Says the answer you seek can be found below, Herr Doctor. Don't know what that refers to. Okay, Camel Leopard asks, were there multiple Philistine oppressions in the Bible? Was the Philistine oppression Samuel, Saul, David dealt with continuous from Samson's failure, or are they separate? Okay. There really wasn't a Philistine oppression. I think that's kind of a misnomer. It's not like, say, the oppressions you find in Judges. In the book of Judges, what you had was regional overlords that oppressed the people by essentially ruling over them, treating them like vassals, etc. The Philistines weren't really interested in that sort of oppression. They were interested in the land. They wanted the land in the Shephelah. That valley that agricultural valley that was between the Judean foothills and the coastal plain and swamp. Okay, so they between the swamp and the Judean foothills is this valley, and that valley has some very fertile land in it. And the Philistines wanted that land for food, and the Israelites wanted that land for food. So this became an agricultural war. This was an agricultural war between the Philistines and the Israelites. But it wasn't meant to be. This was not an oppression. This was a basically a struggle to maintain control of fields where they could plant crops and feed their people. Both sides wanted it. In the end, they sort of ended up sharing it. The last actual conflict happened during the reign of King David, and the Philistines were backed up. They didn't lose their cities on the down the valley runs north to south, and on the eastern side of the hills, you had the Judean cities, the Israelite cities. On the left, on the west side, you had the Philistine cities. What ended up happening was David ended up taking most of that land, but the Philistines kind of retained their cities and maintained a sliver of that land. And that's sort of where the border stayed. Even into the reign of Solomon, Solomon never really took those cities on the western side of the Shephelah. Although he did get Gezer. So so this isn't really a oppression as much as it is an agricultural war. So I hope that helps clarify that a bit. So Merv Monster says, Emek ha'elah seemed to be very coveted. A lot of that area was very coveted. It was a very there's actually a really good geological reason why. The rock found in the Judean foothills is very high in iron. Okay, it's very high in iron, and it tends to break down with rain. So what tends to happen in the Shephelah is as the seasonal rains hit the Judean foothills, that iron-bearing rock breaks down and carries iron into the Shephelah, and iron is a very good natural fertilizer. So the Shephelah is very green, very fertile, naturally. So it's much more fertile than, say, the Judean foothills. So Camilla Park says, did Samson's conflict become Samuel, Saul, and David's? Yeah, it did. The fact is, it was in Samuel's time, or Samson's time, that the Philistines had already started moving into the Shephelah. They'd already established cities there. Those cities on the west were already did belong to the Philistines at the time of Samson. And Samson's conflict with the Philistines was basically a kind of agricultural war in the making. Like, for example, some of what Samson did, like, and I hate this, but tying the foxes' tails together and setting them on fire.
Oh, that was
and then,
viciously.
Oh yeah, very, very, very cruel thing to do. And then letting them loose in the wheat fields, wheat and barley fields. You know, that was Samson doing a kind of agricultural warfare. So then that conflict transferred to Saul and to David. So so you could make a good claim that Samson started that war and David finished it. So there's a very strong claim that was a war of continuity. Essentially, Saul picked up where, Samson started the war. Saul continued it. And David inherited that war from Saul. And then he just finished it. At least to the point where the Philistines were no longer interested in fighting it. And the Philistines essentially, said, "Hey, okay, you guys get most of the Shephelah. We're done. We just want to eat. We're not really interested in losing any more people." All right, moving on here. Andrew Graham goes, does Dr. Falk buy the climate change thing? Yes, I do. I do think there's such a thing as climate change. We see it in history. We see it from, like, for example, the Neolithic wet period in Egypt was when the Sahara was all savanna. The Sinai was all forest and grasslands. So, is climate change a thing? Yeah, climate change is a thing. Is it harmful? That's the million-dollar question. So, I don't think it was necessarily harmful, but I think it's one of those things that does happen, and it happens naturally. I don't think a lot of it was caused by human settlements and human things nearly as much as natural forces that we find on the earth. So,
does pollution affect the environment? Yes. Does it cause climate change? Not necessarily.
I mean, one of the biggest causes of climate change is volcanoes.
Well, you better make those illegal.
Yeah, put a carbon tax on volcanoes. Yeah, that'll work well. The whole Cretaceous period was essentially had turned the Earth into kind of a desert, a hot desert, and that was caused by volcanic activity.
do you keep saying the Exodus could have happened? Because they weren't crossing the desert necessarily.
Yeah. I mean, the whole reason why the Exodus and the sojourn in the Sinai is plausible because it wasn't a complete desert yet. So, but that's part. I mean, look, we know that Jordan used to be covered in wheat fields, right up into the Iron Age too. You go to Jordan today, it's all desert. But we recall that Lot. Remember good old Lot? He looked across the Jordan River and saw that the land was good and fertile.
Take a look today, sure.
Yeah, you take a look at the same place today and it don't look too fertile or friendly. We've got evidence of cities of Iron Age cities in Jordan with wheat silos. You won't find a single sprig of wheat growing in Jordan today. The camel part, what the Bible didn't mention is that Lot needed glasses. Yeah. Mr. Magoo, huh? Lot was the Bible's Mr. Magoo. So, I mean, we know climate change happens. The Elizabethan period was a particularly warm period. The centuries before that was a cold, wet period. Happens. So, but is it happening because it's part of a natural cycle, or is there something too that's we did it to ourselves? We're not sure. Some of it is an effect of the Holocene. And that's for those of you who don't understand what the Holocene is. That's the point where man starts impacting the environment.
What we do know from tried it, didn't work, is big major technology shaping the environment. Doesn't work. Fails miserably. Excavates the problem.
John says, but Sunday school said it was all a cartoon desert. Could be. Could be. Murph Monson says, Egypt must have been lush and green during Old Testament times, especially in Genesis. Well, I mean, some of it is still green today. By the time the Israelites get to Egypt, the Sahara has already taken over. It's still a savanna in the Sinai at that during Old Testament times, but already at the end of the Old Kingdom, the Sahara had already pretty much desertified. So everyone got dessert. Everyone loves parfaits. Everyone hates cupcakes. Come apart. Egypt green today? I think not. Next time you'll tell me there's a Pizza Hut overlooking the pyramids. There is a Pizza Hut overlooking the pyramids. Yeah, there is. There's also a KFC. Yeah. Yeah, you can get Pizza Hut and KFC overlooking the pyramids. I have never been in those. I've seen the KFC. I have not been inside the. Let's just say I walked past the KFC. I've not walked past the Pizza Hut. Common Lurker, was the Nile Valley larger, extending a few more miles out before it became a desert? No, it wasn't. The The Nile Valley itself remains pretty much static, with the exception of some extra branches. But the Nile itself, because it's a kind of a low shelf river, the valley itself is actually contained by hills. So the hillsides have always contained the Nile Valley. So you go to, say, let's say you go to West Thebes, okay, and you'll notice it's very flat near the Nile, and it's flat as you go inland, very flat, okay. And in the old days, when before the Nasser Dam, the flooding would flood all the way up to the mortuary temples, and you can see that there's still those areas are still very much used for crops, but now they use canals to get the water in instead of the flooding. But you still keep going inland, and then you start seeing the sandy area start rising up, and then you hit mountains, large hills. Okay, and those are the hills of the Theban necropolis, and those are sort of the outer boundaries to how far that water can travel. So, Andrew Graham, where do they get the chickens? Laugh out loud. Hey, it's kosher to raise chicken. Egypt has had chicken since the Roman times, which is kind of interesting. Well, when you think about it, because chickens are an import from China. So the Romans had access to chicken, and they brought it in from China. Louis Sandoval asks, does the Bible mention snow? I think it does in one place. Yeah. Let me see if it... Yeah, it does. Several places. The first reference to snow in the Bible is Exodus 4:6. So he put out his hand in his bosom, and we took it out. Behold, his hand was leprous like snow.
Ah. So they'd seen it somewhere.
They had seen it somewhere, yeah. Job 6, and into which, talking about which are the turbid because of ice, and into which the snow melts. So it's mentioned several times in Job. Snow is mentioned again in Psalms, again in respect to leprosy.
It's Old Testament, right? Your sins will be washed white as snow.
Yeah. He gives snow like wool. He scatters the frost like ashes. You have to understand that the Israelites did have access to snow. Where's it now? Mount Carmel has snow. The Golan Heights get snow. So, Egypt also occasionally gets snow. Not very often, like once every 100 years, but it did get it. Yeah, there's several. Proverbs 26:1, like snow in the summer and like rain in the harvest. So honor is not fitting the fool. Yeah, so it's snow in the Bible's a thing. The Camel Leopard says, it snowed in Jerusalem a few years ago. Oh yeah, Israel gets more snow than Egypt by a long shot. Israel actually get snow on a regular basis annually. Yeah, Israel will get snow annually. Egypt only gets it like once every 100 years. It actually snowed, I think, was it like 2006 or something like that? So just recently. Yeah, Revelation 1:14 is another reference to snow. Let's see, what's that? Yeah, and his head and his hair were white, like the white wool, like snow. And his eyes were like a flame of fire. Yeah. Yeah, one of the more famous descriptions of Christ, yeah. Tao Chung says, I prefer Jollibee spicy chicken joy than KFC and the other fried chicken joys. I've never had Jollibee. There's one near me. I just have never gone to it. It's out on Broadway, so it's not exactly the easiest place for me to get to, but I've heard good things about Jollibee's chicken, but I've never tried it. It's right across the street from the SkyTrain station. It's like up in the second floor of a building. So, I mean, I have to go down there soon anyway for some business. So, if you want, I could. Okay, keep that in mind. Andrew Graham goes, chicken is cheap meat now. No, it's not. Not in Canada.
In Canada.
Holy crow. Chicken is expensive. Yo. Chicken cheap meat. Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's what, about $10 a pound now?
Oh yeah, it's costly.
Yeah. Steaks sometimes are cheaper than chicken.
Oh, in fact, my local grocery store here has started mixing in the quote family packs of chicken. They've started mixing white meat and dark meat because the white meat's got so expensive it no longer is economical to put it in family packs. Andrew Graham it is in Australia. It's not here in Vancouver.
Used to be.
Used to be cheap. No, the cheapest meat right now is pork. For us, it's pork. It's the only meat that was really affordable. Chicken is crazy expensive right now.
Or so is cauliflower.
So is cauliflower, yeah. John says, chicken is super cheap just south of the border from you. I frequently take advantage of the buy one, get one free side, so must be nice. Yeah, just, no, chicken is not a cheap meat for us. Yeah, something like, what's it now? I can't remember the price exactly, but it's like $18 a pound or something like that. Yeah, no, not cheap. Not cheap. If chicken was cheap, we'd be eating it. Andrew Graham, I can get complete meals for $10.50.
You can't buy that at...
Like, McDonald's is right now $40. Yeah. McDonald's is like $40. Crazy expensive. Everything is crazy expensive in Vancouver right now. One of the reasons why we'd like to get out of it. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So... Well, steak here is like $50. Chickens are chicken a whole chicken. I mean, crazy how much a whole chicken is. I couldn't. I mean, one of the things we've looked at sometimes is those barbecue chickens, those rotisserie chickens are less than the raw chicken. Yeah, $25 for a raw chicken. $15 for a rotisserie cooked chicken. This is at the grocery store, by the way. This is not a rotisserie chicken restaurant. This is grocery store rotisserie chicken. Yeah, I know why they do it. Okay. If they charge you less for the rotisserie chicken, because if you go in and buy the rotisserie chicken, chances are you're going to come out buying something else. It's a lost leader is what it is. It's why the infamous Costco $5 Costco chicken is still a thing. It's less than the cost to produce.
The camel leopard is a KFC in Egypt had a hieroglyph style mascot, chicken-headed man.
Does the KFC in Egypt have a hieroglyph style mascot of a chicken-headed man? I don't know, but the McDonald's I think has a mummy mascot. Let me just check if I can pull this up. I have a photograph from inside the McDonald's in Luxor. See if I can find that and post it. Take me a moment to find this. It's kind of funny. So, let's see. As my Lightroom fires up here. Okay. Let's see. What year was that? It's either going to be 2013 or 2019. Okay, 20. Let's look here. It's 2014. Luxor. Okay, it's not that. So let's go to Luxor. I hope I can find this because it's funny. But I might just have too many pictures here. May have to post it another time. Kings Valley, Seti the First, Dora. I can't seem to find it right now, but yeah, they have a in like the McDonald's in
Make a note and show them next week.
yeah, I'll make a note and show them next week.
Hey,
Mummified Ronald McDonald. Yeah, they got this train with like Ronald McDonald, the Hamburglar, Grimace, and a mummy. So I don't know where they got the mummy from, but yeah, the McDonald's in Luxor has a mural on painting on the side of one of their walls with a mummy on it. So, all right. So let's move on here. Let's get back to the questions. But I'll have to find it another time. Doc Hogan asks, Psalm 3. David cries out to God regarding Absalom, but God told David that strife in his house was punishment for David's sin in 2 Samuel 12, 10-2. Is it right to turn to God for help during punishment?
yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to keep being punished.
Yeah, absolutely it's right to turn to God when you're being punished. Let's just read a bit of Psalm 3 here. O Lord, my adversaries have increased. Many are rising against me. Many are saying of my soul, there is no deliverance from him in God. Selah. But thou, O Lord, art a shield about me, my glory, and the one who lifts my head. I was crying to the Lord. I was crying to the Lord with my voice, and he answered me from his holy mountain, Selah. I lay down and slept. I awoke, for the Lord sustains me. I will not be afraid of 10,000s of people who have set themselves against me round about. Arise, O Lord, save me, O my God, for thou hast smitten all my enemies on the cheek. Thou hast shattered the teeth of the wicked. Salvation belongs to the Lord. Thy blessing be upon thy people. Selah. Okay. Is it right to turn to God for help during punishment? Yes, it is. For a couple reasons. It's right to go to the Lord because, first of all, punishment of his people is there for them to learn. Okay? It's to learn about the justice and the grace of God. So, yes, David's house has fallen under judgment for David's acts. But that doesn't prevent him also from falling upon the feet of the Lord for mercy. For mercy, for kindness, for grace. So that's always an option. That's always something you should seek if you're under punishment for sin. So it is absolutely right to do that. And the Lord may grant that and he may not. He may grant you grace, unmerited favor, and, at least diminish the punishment. Or he might say no. You don't know. But it's always good to turn to the Lord. Because even under the process of being chastised for sin, there's going to be still salvation at the end of the day. If you don't turn to God during being punished, you're rejecting God's punishment. You're rejecting God's grace and his mercy. And then at that point, you're lost. So, absolutely, it's totally right for David to turn to God for mercy, even during his punishment. He might say that there's no way out of this. Okay, take your punishment, and then thank God for the mercy and grace he has provided. It's just one of those things. It's not going to be an escape for David. There's consequences to his actions. But what there is also mercy and grace. So yeah, it's absolutely appropriate. All right, I hope that helped. Thank you for the question. All right, Algot Robertson, haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you again for 50 Swedish kroners. How do we interpret Leviticus 26:29? Thoughts on the chapter in general? Well, that's a broad question. Leviticus 26, verse 29. All right. Ooh. Okay, we're going to have to take this in context. Yeah, we're going to have to take this in context. This is a difficult passage. All right, let's start with verse 26, verse 1. You shall not make for yourselves idols, nor shall you set yourself an image or a sacred pillar, nor shall you place a figured stone in your land to bow down to it, for I am the Lord your God. You shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary, for I am the Lord. If you walk in my statutes and keep my commandments, and so as to carry them out, then I shall give you rains in their season, so that your land may yield its produce, and fields will indeed, yield its produce, and the trees of the field will bear fruit. Okay. So this is blessings for keeping the law. Don't worship idols, keep the law, all these blessings. Okay? And then we get down to he walks among his people. So there's all these blessings that come from obeying the law. Verse 15. If instead you reject my statutes, and if your soul abhors my ordinance so as to not carry out all my commandments and so break my covenant, I in turn will do this to you. I will appoint over you a sudden terror, consumption, and fever shall waste away the eyes and cause the soul to pine away. Also you shall sow your seed uselessly, for your enemies will eat it up. Okay, so now we get into the cursings. So all these cursings and consequences for not obeying the law. So now we get down to verse 20. And it just goes on with the various curses. I will bring the sword upon you. Your 10 women will break bread in one oven, and they will bring back bread in rations amounts. So you won't get the benefit of the bread. Verse 27. Yet, if in spite of this, all that cursing, you do not obey me, but act with hostility against me. So, okay. So he's got this, the situation in the chapter is, don't make idols. Don't worship foreign gods. Obey the commandments. If you do, lots of blessings. If you don't, lots of cursings. And yet, if you still are stubborn, and this is where verse 27 comes in. Yet, if in spite of this, you do not obey me, but act with hostility against me. Verse 28. Then I will act with wrathful hostility against you. There's a covenant. There's an agreement here. Okay? The covenant is you do not worship other gods. You do not create idols. You obey the commandments. You break the covenant. And then you still break the covenant. After you've been punished with cursings, you still break the covenant. Then I will act to enforce the covenant. Verse 28, then I'll act with wrathful hostility against you, and I will punish you 7 times for your sins. So this is how the Lord is going to treat stubborn disobedience. Further, verse 29, you shall eat the flesh of your sons, and the flesh of your daughters you shall eat. So basically, you guys are going to get so bad that I'm going to act with wrathful hostility, and you will respond by cannibalism. Okay? This happened. This has happened historically. Verse 30. Then I will destroy your high places, and cut down your incense altars, and heap your remains on the remains of your idols, for my soul shall abhor you. Okay. I will lay waste to your cities as well, and will make your sanctuaries desolate. And I will not smell your soothing aromas. Basically, your incense and your sacrifices will be useless. And I will make the land desolate, so that your enemies who settle in it shall be appalled over it. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to let your enemies come in, and they're going to be surprised at how the state of things. You, however, I will scatter among the nations, and I will draw out a sword after you, as your land becomes desolate and your cities become waste. And it just goes on here with the consequences of this. And then at the end of that chapter, okay, we get to verse 44. Yet in spite of this, when they are in the land of their enemies, I will not reject them, nor will I so abhor them as to destroy them, breaking my covenant with them, for I am the Lord their God. But I will remember for them the covenant with their ancestors, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt in the sight of the nations, that I might be their God, and I am their Lord. These are the statutes and ordinances and laws which the Lord established between himself and the sons of Israel through Moses at Mount Sinai. Okay, so here's the overall flow of the passage. Don't worship idols. Don't worship other gods. Keep my ordinances. And if you do keep them, there's all these blessings. You'll have land, you'll have prosperity, you'll have food, you'll be safe. All these good things will happen.
Anybody notice we're having food shortages, wars?
If you follow idols and make for yourself idols and worship other gods and don't obey the ordinances, there's all these curses. And if you're still stubborn enough to still disobey, okay, so those curses are the first warning. If you're still that stubborn that you are going to disobey, then all of this is there's extra consequences to being that stubborn. Yeah, the Lord's going to heap the wrath onto you, and you are going to starve. You're going to eat the flesh of your own children. You're going to resort to cannibalism. Your sanctuaries are going to be destroyed. Your bones will be scattered all over them. But even after all of that bad extra consequences, including exile's part of this, you're going to be sent to other lands. God's still going to remember you. God's not going to abandon you. God's not going to reject you utterly. God will remember his covenant. He is still faithful. He is still your God. And he will return you and restore you to your blessings, despite your covenantal unfaithfulness. So that's the flow of Leviticus 26. There's a covenant between nation and the God. You keep the covenant, blessings. You don't keep the covenant, cursings. You still refuse to be stubborn in rejecting the covenant, extra cursings and exile. But God will remember his covenant, and bring you back and restore you in the land. So, Albert Robinson says, so verse 29 is that starvation will lead them to cannibalism because the Lord won't bless their farms. And not only just they won't bless their farms, foreigners will come in and take it. They won't have the Lord's protection. They will come in, they will seize the land. Foreigners will come in and siege their cities, and they will starve. And because they'll starve, it will lead to cannibalism. So, so God will not forget them for breaking the covenant, but he won't let them get away with it either. And the more stubborn they are, the worse things get for them. So yeah, that's sort of the flow of the chapter, and really what Leviticus 26:29's place is in that chapter. It's a chapter that basically lines up covenant blessings and covenant curses, and that one slice of where they will eat their children is basically a consequence that comes from willful, sinful stubbornness. Or willful, stubborn sin. Pick your choice there. But that's generally what's going on in that passage. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, next one here. Doc Hogan asks, when did the word Pharaoh start being used in Egypt? In Genesis 40, verse 2, is the word Pharaoh or is it something else in Hebrew, and is that an anachronism? Okay, the word Pharaoh started being used in Egypt during the reign of Tutmosis III, in the middle of the 18th dynasty. Okay? In Genesis 42, the word is Pharaoh. So, pull up the text and just read it here quickly. Genesis 40, verse 2. And Pharaoh was furious. This is Pharaoh, or Pharaoh, which is basically the Pharaoh is the Hebraization of the Egyptian word Pharaoh, which means great house. Was furious with his two officials, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker. Now, what this is it's a retrojection. Okay? It's a retrojection. A retrojection is basically using a contemporary term to describe something in the past. It is I won't say it's a anachronism. It's a literary device. It's how you make something relatable. Like we talk about, let's say, for example, a pre-Columbian America. Okay. The problem here is that we have to use the term America to talk about, say, ancient American culture, because we know it as America today, but it wasn't called that back during pre-Columbian times. We have to use the terms we know for it to make sense to our contemporary audience. We'll sometimes call, for example, when Queen Elizabeth was in World War II, and she worked as a car mechanic for the war effort. Well, she wasn't Queen Elizabeth at the time. She was Princess Elizabeth. We all know her today as Queen Elizabeth. So as a mark of honor and status, we call her Queen Elizabeth, even though at the time she was a motor mechanic, she was just Princess Elizabeth. So retrojections are basically taking today's terminology and sort of projecting that into the past so that the contemporary audience understands it. Now, Genesis, Exodus, and the Torah, the source documents for that were written in the during the 19th dynasty. Okay? So they are going to be using the terms that their readers are going to know. And by the 19th dynasty, the king was generically known as Pharaoh. So this very much reflects the history and the time at which these documents were written. So it's not an anachronism in the true sense. It's a kind of literary device called a retrojection. And Alan Millard has talked about this in some of his works. So that's really what's going on there. This is a retrojection. There's lots of retrojections in Genesis. Again, it's a document that has been written for a particular audience that would have known these terms. So, again, it's just something that would make sense to the people of its time. And we do this, again, just to make it clear to our current readership. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay. Great. Okay. Merv Monson asks, why did blood need to be sprinkled specifically 7 times? Leviticus 16, 14, and 19. Okay, let's pull that up here. Do I need to call it early? All right. 16 verses 14. Moreover, he shall take some blood of the bull, sprinkle it with his finger on the mercy seat on the east side, and also on the front of the mercy seat he shall sprinkle some blood on with his finger 7 times. And then on verse 19, and with his finger he shall sprinkle some of the blood on it 7 times to cleanse it, and from the impurities of the sons of Israel to consecrate it. Okay. The why 7 times, that 7 was the number of completion. Okay, it's the number of completion. So to do the proper consecration with the blood required 7 sprinkles, and that's really the issue. What's at issue there? So it could have been another arbitrary number. It could have been like once or whatever, but that's it's just 7 is a symbolic number. It's a number of completion. 7 lampstands, the 7 spirits. It's the number that we would there's some numbers that do have symbolic meaning. Now, I don't think biblical numerology. I think biblical numerology can be taken way too far. Like, you get some people who ascribe meaning to every number that was ever posted in the Bible, and I think that goes to crazy town. But I think there is some numbers that do have very, very important significance. 7 is one of them. 7's the number of completion. 12 is a very important number, and so is 40. So there are definitely numbers that do have those significance, and 7 is one of them. Merv Monson says, in the Amarna letters, kings bow 7 times. Yeah, but the kings, you have to remember, those kings are also Levantine kings. So they're under that idea of that 7 times thing. Bow is a very, very Levantine thing to do. So Merv Monson says, wondering if there was some common ancient Near Eastern connection. Very Levantine. It's something you do find amongst the Levantines. So the cultures of the Levant. So I haven't seen that so much. 7 being so used in Egyptian literature, but definitely in Semitic literature it is. Harry Stark asks, the Catholic Bible Association will have a non-Christian, Jesus-rejecting Jew as its president. Any thoughts? I think it's always an unwise thing to have a leader of an organization that's religious run by someone who isn't religious or doesn't follow your religion. I think that's always an unwise thing. Now, don't know that much about the Catholic Bible Association. Are they a secular organization? Are they a religious organization? I would presume we would assume it's religious, but that doesn't necessarily mean it is. So
it's very unusual if it's run by the Catholic. Have someone not.
Yeah, it is very unusual to have a Catholic organization being run by someone who isn't Catholic. So,
as for one thing, Catholics have very good scholars and
yeah,
administrators, so there's no shortage.
Yeah, Mrs. Producer is correct here. Catholics have no shortage of scholars who could do the role. So, I can only suspect that that's because they want to take that organization into a very secular place. That's the only reason I can think for it. Because again, Catholics have lots of scholars. They're awash in scholars. I can't see any reason they need to hire outside. So,
But again, people find where the power is and just take it over.
Yeah, true.
They believe they're not.
The only reason I can think is that that organization's already infiltrated by people who already are, say, unbelievers. Merv Monson says Amy Jo Levine is an SBL. Well, SBL has all sorts of atheists, wackos. I mean, just a lot.
And there's not necessarily a problem with being an atheist who's genuinely interested in all religions.
Yeah.
But these are people who hate.
Yeah.
There's a problem.
There's a conflict of interest for a religious organization to have someone who's not part of your religion be the leader of it. It's a conflict of interest. So I don't think it's a good idea for that. So, and as I said, SBL is all full of crazies. Really, I mean, it's, I hate to say this, you get a lot of the purple hair set there. I've seen a lot of people with purple hair at SBL.
I'm just mad I can't have purple hair. Now, they've stolen it.
Yeah. Purple hair and rainbow flags. Okay. The Deuce a Dude asks, could Neanderthals be part of the pre-Adamite race? Maybe. I don't know. I don't have an opinion on that. Tao Chung, what's an SBL? Society of Biblical Literature. I'm permanently banned from them. And I wear it like a badge of honor. All right, moving on. Unknown Quality asks, U.S. state you love visiting? Wisconsin. Wisconsin rocks. Yeah. Yeah, Wisconsin is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Great food. Lovely music festivals. When I lived in Milwaukee, loved living there. I never thought I'd get to see some of the music festivals there, but I did. It was really pretty.
We know the place we live no longer exists.
Yeah, the place we live no longer exists, but
that was our favorite place.
Yeah, of all the places we lived, we loved Wisconsin the best. Okay. Francis Dobbs asks, wait, so did the witch that Saul consulted defile the prophet Samuel's corpse? No, she defiled somebody else's corpse. No, the witch of Endor defiled a different corpse. Okay? She probably did not have access to Saul's corpse, or Samuel's corpse. So she defiled somebody else's corpse. For those of you who don't know the situation, the Witch of Endor basically raised the spirit of Samuel up using the art of necromancy. And that usually involved the defilement of a corpse, but not necessarily Samuel's corpse. So, hope that straightened that out. Unknown Quality. Laverne and Shirley took place in Milwaukee. a totally underrated city. It's a totally underrated city. Um, beer and brat. I mean, great beer, great bratwurst. Um, we never ate so well as when we did in Milwaukee.
And simple food.
Yeah, simple foods. You could get steak cheap,
Yeah,
really cheap.
because they raised it.
Yeah, because it was raised locally. Unknown quality. I have a friend who lives in Wisconsin. He absolutely loves his state's culture. Yeah, I loved it too.
It
I
was
mean,
very.
I used to go fishing
Oh yeah.
all the time on Pewaukee Lake. They had a pier that you could go fishing off of. I did that all the time. Yeah, I caught like walleye, bass. I mean, it was a lovely place to go fishing.
But they're green laws.
Oh yeah, the green laws. I mean, were really well done.
Were rigid.
We're rigid. Yeah.
You could not do what so many places do and budget and like a lot of cities. Like here, there's no green laws whatsoever.
Oh yeah.
We lived briefly in Minnesota.
John says, my dad was from Minnesota. He hated Wisconsin, but I think that had something to do with some kind of rivalry. We lived briefly in Minnesota for about 6 months. Minnesota was not as nice. Minnesota was weird. I mean, we lived in Rochester. So, that's weird for Minnesota. So, yeah, that was a bizarre experience living in Rochester, Minnesota. Um, uh, it was the only place. Rochester, Minnesota was the only place where you could buy a restaurant meal with a check, out of state check. Never seen that happen. All right, let's move on here. I think we're getting close to the end of the night here. Harry Stark goes, is there any way to break through the rabbinic Jews' insular behavior? Not really, because you're dealing here with cultural apologetics. Now, I've described cultural apologetics before, but let's talk about that again. Because basically what you're dealing with cultural apologetics is not intellectual or theological apologetics. Cultural apologetics is what cultures do as hedge protection. Okay? Cultures have a vested interest in maintaining cohesion of the group. Keep the in-group in, keep the out-group out. Okay? And the way they develop this in-group, out-group distinction is through cultural apologetics. Okay? And over the years, many of these groups form methods of keeping the group tight together and basically excluding outside influences. Now, when you deal with cultural apologetics, some of the stuff just doesn't make sense to an outsider. It's not supposed to make sense to an outsider. It's only supposed to make sense to the insider. Because they're trying to keep the in-group in. Like, for example, if you start talking to somebody Jewish about Jesus, one of the things that you will often hear said is, "Oh, yeah, he's that Gentile Messiah who persecutes Jews." None of that's actually true. None of that actually makes sense. Okay? but it resonates with the in-group. Why would you go follow Jesus? He's that Gentile who persecutes, he's preached the persecution of the Jews. Nothing could be further from the truth, but it's become a cultural apologetic that's very, very difficult to get past. And a lot of ethnic groups have cultural apologetics. People in Islam have a cultural apologetic. Mormons have a cultural apologetic. There's a lot of groups that have a cultural apologetic. Very, very difficult to get past that. Now, once you get, say, somebody who's Jewish reading the New Testament, the first thing they discover, and it shocks them, is it's a very Jewish book. Christ was a Jew. That shocks a lot of Jews. That Christ was Jewish. Shocks a lot of Jews to find out Christ was Jewish. And he was rigorously Jewish. But the cultural apologetic says you don't want to read that New Testament book because all it's going to contain is Gentiles hating on Jews. Doesn't make any sense at all? No. But it is what they're told, and it's what they are, that's what they understand. So there's a lot of Bonbon says Maimonides is responsible for this, by the way. It actually predates him. You already see that happening a lot earlier than that. But he did popularize it. No doubt about that. Bonbon says Maimonides said that one of the worst crimes is to study the books of other religions, especially idolaters. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bonbon says Maimonides was one who systematized it, then spread it around. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. He absolutely did systematize it, and then he did spread it. Yeah. Unknown Quality asks, who's Maimonides? He's a 12th century sage, I think it's 12th century, 10th or 12th century. He was living under Islamic authority, but did more really against Christianity than he did against Islam. But this is one of the problems with dealing with evangelizing to Jews is you're dealing with a cultural apologetic. Just like, for example, so when you deal with, say, ethnic apologetics, you have to figure out what is going to resonate with them, and then you're going to have to deal with that on their level. So it is possible. It's just not easy. Okay, it's not easy.
But if you're talking with them, you should be doing more listening.
Yeah.
But that's true for evangelism anyway.
Yeah.
Find out what the person actually is.
Yeah, find out what the person actually believes, and then you can work from there. So, Bomba goes, Maimonides found a lot of affinity with Islam. He was living under Islam. He was a Jewish scholar living under Islam. So, yeah, if you wanted to keep his head, he would have found a lot of affinity there. Yeah, he didn't have much affinity to Christianity, that's for sure. But then again, he wasn't living under Christianity. It's hard. You really can't criticize Islam when you're living under Islam. Islam does not tolerate that. So, unknown quality. What's interesting about Jews is that they're not a monolith. No, they aren't. Some are Orthodox. Others are like, hey, my grandfather was Jewish. Good enough for me. Yeah, some are. Some are. That will usually that will allow you to be claimed to be Jewish within, say, liberal Judaism or Reform Judaism, it won't be quite enough to be orthodox, that's for sure. Okay. Bonbon goes, Christians shouldn't tolerate it either. Yeah, I don't think that. I think there's some definite cultural problems with Islam, especially as it interfaces with the West. That they basically want to turn it all, the whole world, into Islam,
They have.
and they don't care how they do it.
They believe they have a mandate by their God.
Yeah, they believe they have a mandate by their God to make the whole world Islamic, whether it's by infiltration or by the sword. That, I think, is a serious issue to a free peoples. So, but Islam doesn't want freedom, doesn't want people to be free. They want them to be submissive. Submit. Islam, submit. But I think we're also starting to see a turning point in Islam too, where it's starting to crumble. It wouldn't surprise me if in 20 years Islam becomes a minority religion in Saudi Arabia. It's already changing radically.
In the 1970s, these photos from both Iran
Mhm.
and the other one, the university photos.
Yeah.
You couldn't tell.
Yeah.
You know, there were college kids walk around in jeans.
Yeah.
Women were doctors and lawyers and.
Yeah. Well, like 30 years ago, 40 years ago, women couldn't drive cars in Saudi Arabia. Today, they can drive cars. Why Saudi Arabia? Because we're seeing a cultural change, an incredible cultural change in Saudi Arabia right now. They're in Saudi Arabia. There's the new prince, the crown prince, Prince Salman, has a very sort of different view of how the nation is going than, say, his father did. Salman wears Saudi Arabian clothes in Saudi Arabia. When he goes abroad, he wears Western clothing. He likes nice watches. He drinks. He parties. Remember the wedding?
I thought it was totally inappropriate behavior for a Muslim.
We went to a wedding where it was half Christian. The bride's family were Christian. The groom's family were Muslim. Wow, they hit the alcohol.
Not the bride's family.
Not the bride's family, the groom's family. Yeah, things are changing so rapidly. Women are allowed to wear Western clothes now in Saudi Arabia. So, and this is like in the last 5-10 years. So, there's a real market shift in culture right now happening in Saudi Arabia. So,
but this is also one of the reasons that the violence is escalating.
Yeah.
Because the people who want power through religious manipulation are losing their base.
Yeah. Unknown quality asks, does this mean Saudi Arabia will become more Christian or just simply not as Muslim as it was in yesteryear? We don't know. It's possible it could go either direction. So
right now it's leaning on being secular.
They allow music. You know, Islam used to ban music. You know, if you go to a hard conservative Muslim area, there's no music. Music's banned. It's haram. As Bama said, they legalized concerts and parties. Yeah, that's radical. That's radical for the heart of Islam. So,
But culturally, most of the people will say they want to remain Muslim. It just Islam doesn't need to be so legalistic.
yeah, well, there's a lot of
Remember that group at the where we used to do the conferences down the street?
Yeah.
There was a woman there, and people said, "What do we do to help?" She says, "We don't want your help.
Yeah.
In fact, stay out of it.
Yeah.
Because we're convinced we're talking human rights.
Yeah.
And the leaders of Islam are afraid of us becoming
Yeah.
westernized.
Yeah.
So the people living in those countries want their
Yeah.
not necessarily westernization.
Yeah. Plushies DX says Saudi Arabia wants more tourism as well. Yeah, I don't blame him. I would actually love to visit Saudi Arabia. I'd love to visit the place. I thought about actually doing a stopover there, but I decided against it because of the tensions that were happening at that time. But I thought about doing like a night stopover in Saudi Arabia during one of my trips. So. Okay, let's move on here. Smiley Bonbon for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. What did law even mean in Mesopotamia? Was a law something a ruler invents and enforces on the people like in the West, or was it bottom up, or what? It was a set of legal rulings, okay? Law in Mesopotamia developed very organically. So it wasn't that they sat down and decided one day to create laws. That's not how it worked. How it worked was a king was presented a case, and then the king made a ruling on the case, and that ruling became the maximal limits of that law. Okay? So a king might be presented with a murder case, and the king says, okay, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, life for life. That then became the law, because the king made a decision. So basically, every Mesopotamian law is based upon precedent. Precedent is the law. Still is, to be honest. So every law in Mesopotamia was based upon a precedent from a previous case. So, and the Mesopotamian kings were presented with all sorts of legal challenges. Things such as ownership of property. Do you own that donkey? Okay. Do you have a receipt? No receipt? Not your donkey. This is how we got receipts. This is how receipts were invented. Proof of transfer of ownership. Yeah, Keeps Learning says case law. Absolutely. Yeah. Inheritance laws were all this way too. Dad dies, and the son of a slave wants a share of his inheritance. Okay. King says, did the father declare you were his son? And the witnesses say, yeah, they declared the adopted kid, the kid of the slave, a son. Okay, he gets a share of the inheritance. Did he not declare it? Did he not declare the son a son? No, he didn't. Okay, you don't get a share.
Nobody disputed the biology.
Yeah, nobody disputed the biology. What they disputed was the sonship.
The legal status.
The legal status. So all of these laws from Mesopotamia were former cases that were brought to the king and then collected. So the Code of Hammurabi is really just a huge document of case law that happened over his 40-year reign. And you can judge a lot of cases in 40 years. So, unknown quality. You need a license to drive your donkey. Well, you certainly need a piece of clay to prove you've transferred that ownership lawfully. No grand theft donkey here. Good times. All right, so I hope that clarifies how law developed in Mesopotamia, Bon. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much for that super chat. Also, thank you very much for that $2 super sticker. Really appreciate the extra support, too. Thank you so very much. And we got another super sticker from him for $1. Thank you again. And then followed by another super chat for $5. Thank you again for that super chat. Why did the Egyptians never get the idea to test the efficacy of magical spells, especially under controlled conditions, instead of wasting resources? They just believed in magic. They had that worldview already. We have to understand, until very recently, the idea of testing for efficacy, that comes out of the scientific method. Oh, and furious. Ooh. Grand Theft Donkey. Did they have donkey insurance? Yes.
Actually, they did.
Actually, they did. We'll talk about that in a moment. The idea that you could test something for efficacy never occurred to anybody until Francis Bacon. That's really recent. Okay. So there was really no scientific method back then. Smiley Bomba says, I read on Wikipedia. Yeah, don't trust Wikipedia. A long time ago that Egyptians pioneered the proto-scientific method. Yeah, don't believe Wikipedia here. Yeah, everybody in the ancient world assumed magic had some, what I would call, stochastic efficacy. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. And the effectiveness of your magical spell is what changed the world. So everyone believed this. Everybody universally agreed magic worked. That they also universally agreed that didn't work 100% of the time. So you don't test efficacy for something you already know is true, or think you know is true. So the whole idea of testing for efficacy wasn't a thing back then, but they also believed it. So it was presumed to work. And once you have a presumption of working, people don't test that.
I had that conversation with Bonbon that,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of times these spells have physical components.
Yeah.
So to heal a wound,
yeah,
you put these herbal things
mm-hmm.
that we make medicine out of today
mm-hmm.
on the wound as you recite the spell.
Yeah.
So it worked.
Yeah.
They actually had.
Yeah.
Cause and effect.
Yeah.
This whole process did.
Yeah.
The medieval one, where to curse a neighbor.
Yeah.
They put poison on the camel's feet.
Yeah.
Whole bird died.
Yeah. Magic is not. Ismail Silviera says, magic is not an exact science. Laugh out loud. Yeah. Andrew Graham, magic was assumed to be an explanation. Mm-hmm. Bonbon asks, then why did they presume it? Because sometimes it worked. Okay. Now, they would combine magic with other things. Applied pharmacology. you apply pharmacology. Like, for example, I think it's in the Edmund Smith papyrus, where a physician places moldy fig on a wound, does an incantation, infection is healed. It's applied pharmacology. It's penicillin. So, a famous episode of magic, which slash applied pharmacology, is Jacob putting sticks in the water troughs of his sheep. You know, well, the sheep leached out aspirin, and basically he was medicating his own flocks. It was thought to be magic, but it's also applied pharmacology. So, Bama says they didn't have the concept of placebo effect. I guess no, they didn't. Yeah. So yeah, there's and magic was used all from the ancient times all the way up to the Enlightenment, and even through the Enlightenment, people were still doing magic.
People are doing magic today.
I mean, we don't often think about it this way, but magic was a normal thing in Christian Europe. It was normal. Your priest may have come and put a blessing on your house, but he might have also did a magical spell too. It's normal. People practiced it.
Even got good at it. They practiced it.
Yeah. So yeah, they practice magic. Now, donkey insurance. I see that now. Andrew Graham, did they have donkey insurance? Yes, they did. Here's how donkey insurance worked. If you rented a donkey from somebody, you could pay for what was called a donkey insurance policy, kind of. The way this worked is you paid a double sum for your rental. Okay? If you killed the donkey, that insurance covered the cost of the donkey. If you didn't return your donkey, okay, they get to keep all your money and then go after you for the donkey.
And you were not allowed to take your donkey out of the country.
You are not allowed to take your donkey out of the country. You are not allowed to take it to Babylon. We do have policies like that. Contracts, donkey rental contracts. And one of the stipulations is you're not allowed to take your donkey to Babylon. Your rented dog. So,
car rentals today.
Yeah, like
you're not allowed to drive out of state. You're certainly not allowed to drive over.
Yeah,
out of the country.
It's very similar. Yeah, it's very similar to car rental policies today. Like you can pay an extra fee on your rental for coverall insurance. It's expensive, but you can do it. They had the same thing back then.
When we took the U-Haul from the U.S. to Toronto, you pay a ridiculous fee, and it's because they have to drive the truck back to the U.S.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah, absolutely. It was a thing. All right, moving on here. Follower Ixis for $5. Dr. Falk, are there any records of UFO sightings? Ancient records of UFO sightings? Not that I know of. Now, I'm not going to get into the whole ancient alien thing because those are so subjective. Those so quote records that I really doubt their interpretations of them. But to my knowledge, there's no ancient records of UFO sightings. And even if there had been, they wouldn't call them UFOs. They'd call them like angels or gods or something along that line. So I wouldn't even know how one would even identify something as a UFO sighting in an ancient record, because they're just it's just they wouldn't describe it in those terms. Ismail says the gray alien Freemasons built the pyramids. It was the Sound Foxes. That's who it was. Okay, next super chat here is from followers of the Ichthus. $5. Thank you for the super chat. What's your understanding of the Tower of Babel story? For example, literal, figurative, mythohistory, Genesis 11, 1 through 9. It's mythohistory is what it is. There is a historical core that has been mythologized for interaction with the gods. And it's, in many ways, a story of disobedience. Okay? And basically, the idea of, say, ritual platforms. Okay? Ritual platforms being an anathema. There's basically it's a use of religion for personal fame and glory. It's yeah. So that's kind of my understanding of the Tower of Babel. It's really a god seeing that people are not spreading out as they are supposed to. They're setting up a ritual platform and using the religion to make a name for themselves. And God puts an end to that fast. So it's doing religion the wrong way. So this is going to set up that basically that basis for saying, if you want to do worship God, you got to do it God's way. So that's the setup there for that idea. Andrew Graham, we know moving. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Follower of the Ixis, will you do a part 2 of 10 things the Bible expects you just to know? I'd have to think of 10 more things. But I'd have to look up that old video, see what I said, what's already covered, and then come up with 10 more things. But maybe. I would never leave it. I would never say it's off the table. Just, I haven't thought about that.
10 more things.
Yeah, 10 more things the Bible expects you just to know.
Another 10 more things.
Yeah, it could work, yeah. Yeah, we are getting close to the end here. So making sure I don't miss. Ismail asks, Silviera asks, Dr. Falk, do you think the Trojan War really happened? Yes, I did. I do. I think it really happened. I think it happened at the end of the Late Bronze Age. There was a real Troy. It was a Hittite city that was conquered by Greek invaders. It was at a strategic point at a water access area. So absolutely, yeah, I think the Trojan War really happened. I think we've discovered the remains of Troy, including its destruction layers. It does seem to have happened at the end during roughly around the time of the Late Bronze Age collapse. So around the end of the 13th century, beginning of the 12th. So the wooden horse, that's iffy. The wooden horse is iffy. But I think they did find some way to infiltrate. Now, whether that was through a wooden horse or from other means, who knows? One possibility is that they use a siege tower. The wooden horse may not have actually been an infiltration that way. It might have been a kind of siege tower. That's possible. So, it was a wooden rabbit or badger. Oh, honey badgers are just mean. Unknown quality. A wooden donkey. Ishmael says, you have to say it would be really cool if the horse was real. Yeah, I agree it would be. But I'm not sure it is. But it definitely could be something like a siege tower. You know, that had sort of maybe a protruding front end on it. A horse-like siege tower. Wouldn't be beyond the words of possibility. Okay. Unknown quality here. I think this will be the last question of the night. Because we are at 12:30 already. So, he asks, what is the earliest historical figure that we have evidence of existence-wise? Ooh. Earliest historical figure that we have evidence of his existence-wise. No, Myrnaith is not the earliest. She's early, yeah. But not the earliest. Not Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is too late. King Scorpion is pretty early. King Scorpion is really early. Let's see what Beckerith has here. Denby earlier? Sure here. Nice. Books here. The problem is when you get really early. Yeah, Sargon of Akkad, it's too late. No, we have historical people that are older than Sargon. Much older than Sargon. Let me see what I've got here for the earliest in Egyptian records. Beckerath. Give me Beckerath here. Yeah, Gilgamesh we have records of, and he's actually fairly late. Sargon of Akkad is fairly late. Maybe someone in the Sumerian Kings list. From Egyptian records, it's going to differ because once you start to get into the pre-dynastic stuff, we got here for really old. Ooh. I don't know if I want to pronounce this. The oldest king.
Type it out first.
Okay. Here's the name of the king. Okay, this is the oldest king that there's a record of in Egyptian. Okay? But we don't have confirmation of this. The oldest king we actually have confirmation of is King Scorpion. Okay, Scorpion 1. That's the one we have confirmation for. Okay. That is the king we have the oldest Egyptian record of, which the Egyptians say is the oldest. Okay. And it's pronounced like that. Okay. 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 But the one we have the actual oldest confirmation of is King Scorpion. Okay, and that's because we have a scorpion mace head. By golly, yeah, yep.
Or King Scorpion, it was.
Okay. So, and exactly how old that is, we don't necessarily know. But we do have confirmation. Was his first name Winnie? Maybe. Could be. Could be. A name that strikes fear in men's hearts. Yeah, we mentioned that once previously in a live stream, and we couldn't stop the jokes. Okay. Unknown quality. If my name was Pooh, I'd go out of my way to be forgotten by history. Yeah, well. But that's the oldest we have in Egyptian records, and some people think those are that he's mythological. I don't know. I mean, I don't know, understand what kind of mythology would be around that name, but yeah. So
Winnie, middle name is the.
Winnie, middle name is the. No quality. All fear me, I am King Pooh. Yeah.
I mean, that really sounds like a satire movie.
It does sound like a satire, but it's a real record. So it's like, and it's who Beckrath is, of course, says according to the records is the oldest. So now we don't have any confirmation for him. So we don't have evidence of his existence other than the Egyptian king list. That's the only evidence we have for him. Okay? But King Scorpion, we have actually a fair bit of evidence for. We have clay seals for pots from his tomb. We have the Scorpion mace head. So that's one we have lots and lots and lots of evidence for. King Pooh, not so much. We don't have any evidence for it other than the king list. That's it. So you get to a point. Common Lurker asks, do we have any idea what Pooh was king of? He would have been king of Upper Egypt. He was one of those kings of Upper Egypt. Okay? Before the Unification Wars. So he would have been part of, say, the Nagata 2 or Nagata 3 civilization. But we're not really sure what he reigned and when he reigned. It goes back that far. So, we know King Scorpion was a king of Nagata 3. And Pooh was earlier than that. Much earlier than that. So on that interesting note,
Unexpected unexpectedly interesting note.
Unexpectedly interesting note. Unknown Quality says, it's truly fascinating how a historical figure can be confirmed by a passing mention on something like a jar. Yeah, because they put seals on grave goods. So, absolutely, a lot of kings are confirmed by seals on jars. John asks, does the Egyptian king list get mythological like the Sumerian on the farther back you go? Yes, it does. The Egyptian king list does get mythological at some as you far go back. Osiris is mentioned as a king of Egypt. Seth is mentioned as a king of Egypt. Horus is mentioned as a king of Egypt. Re is mentioned as a king of Egypt. So you do get the gods, the mythology of the gods being introduced into the early kings list, the same way as you do in the Sumerian kings list. So at that point, you just have to presume that we don't know if those were real kings. In the case of King Pu, he is also a part of other kings too, like Saka. Now again, Saka is not a god, but he's number 2 in the king list. And do we know if Sakai existed? No, we don't. But he's not a god either, so he might just be a mythological king, or a king where we just don't have the records for or haven't found any remains for. There's another one, Tiu, and Jess. So there are other kings that are between, say, Scorpion and the mythological kings, the gods. So yeah, you do find that as well.
Pretty sure it's not a composite character.
Unknown Quality. Are we sure that King Pu wasn't a composite character or something? Probably not, but we don't know. We don't know if it's a composite character or not. We don't have any information about this king, other than he shows up in the king list. That's the only information we have. That's it. So anything else would be absolutely conjecture. So you mean that guy who likes booze?
Yeah.
That guy who likes booze. Did the 7th dynasty actually exist? We're not so sure. We don't know. Okay, we don't have any good records for 7th dynasty. 7th dynasty is mentioned briefly in Manetho. A lot of people, myself included, think that the 7th and 8th are the same dynasty, kind of sort of meshed together. So, but we don't know for sure. We don't have good records from those dynasties, from 7 and 8. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to call it a night right there. Because it is 1:15, and we are not going to be doing the 24-hour live stream. We got a bunny to take care of, and I'm hungry, and I want something to eat too. So we're going to call it a night here. We want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. Those of you who gave super chats and super stickers, thank you so very much for supporting the channel. We really, really appreciate that. Well, not yet. We also want to thank those of you who support us through Patreon and through the YouTube memberships. You guys keep the equipment going, and it does get expensive sometimes, so we appreciate that support. We also want to thank those of you who have bought my book and have left a review on Amazon. We really appreciate the reviews. The reviews are super important to us. So the more reviews we get, the better off we are. So if you haven't bought the book, please do so and leave a review. We would really, really appreciate that. With that said, thank you so much for watching tonight. We were glad you could be here. It was a lot of great questions tonight. A lot of really great questions. And we will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.